Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Konsoll 2024. It's our 12th annual celebration of games development. Hey. My name is Sylvia Duer, and I'm the conference director for Konsoll, the general manager for NONIDA, the Norwegian Network for Video Game Companies, and chairperson of the board for Women in Games Norway. Thank you. Just to give you a little history, Konsoll was started back in 2012 by the Game Developers Guild in Bergen. What started off as a gathering of developers at Bryggen in 2012 has turned into a yearly international event in Bergen. 4 years ago, we became a part of NONIDA, the Norwegian Network for Video Game Companies, where I work today. Our team operates from Norway, Sweden, the UK, Germany, and France, only ever coming together in person in Konsoll Week. And we're all very excited for you to experience the program that we've been collaborating on this last year. So it's been a tough year for game companies the world over, and Norway has certainly started to feel the effects. And in this climate, we believe that it's important to foster and nurture connections, share knowledge and ideas, and to celebrate achievements and developments in games. So we believe that celebrating and elevating the contributions of everyone is imperative, and always aim to create an inclusive, diverse event, both for our audience and for our speakers. So we hope that by bringing you all together under the ethos of collaboration and sharing, that our own industry can perhaps grow that little bit stronger. So before we start the event, I'd like to give a warm thank you to our Konsoll sponsors and to our venue, Grieghallen. We're also so grateful to our speakers for joining us this year, but I'll leave it to Gabrielle to tell you more about them. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our fantastic Konsoll game host, Gabrielle Kent.
Great, thank you, Sylvia, and welcome to Konsoll. I'm Gabrielle Kent. I'm a writer, former game dev and games educator, and I'm delighted to be part of the Konsoll team and your host for the next couple of days. So as Sylvia mentioned, our speakers have travelled from all over Europe and the US to share their knowledge with you and to give you a look behind the scenes of some absolutely incredible projects. So let's go on to hear from them. So first of all, our first speaker has a multidisciplinary background in both programming and art direction. He's CEO of award-winning indie studio Hyper Games, which he co-founded 12 years ago. Their most recent hit being based on the popular and much loved Moomin IP, so it's little wonder that the game went on to become an instant success. So here to share key learnings and takeaways from the process of developing Snufkin, Melody of Moomin Valley, please welcome R.A. Sudness.
Thank you. It's a big honor to be here and opening this amazing show. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Snufkin, Melody of Moomin Valley, and I've got another person to do another introduction since we need one more after those two. So,
hey, you want to play some Nordic video games? Oh, sure. What do you recommend? You can play Limbo. It's from Denmark. Oh, nice. What's it about? It's about this kid that's trying to survive in a cold, dark world. Cool. Yeah. You have any other recommendations? Eve Online is from Iceland. Oh, yeah. Isn't it about? It's about surviving in the cold, dark of space. Is it good? Oh, it's one of the greatest of all time. Is it fun? Oh, no. Maybe something else then. The Division is from Sweden. Wait. It's about surviving in the cold, dark of winter. I'm sensing a theme here. Or you could do Max Payne. It's from Finland. Isn't Max Payne from New York? The game is from Finland, and it's about surviving in the cold, dark of winter. Surviving in the cold, dark of winter. Something else, sure. Snufkin, the Melody of Moomin Valley is from Norway. Is it about... Actually, no, it's pretty cute. Okay, there we go. What else have they made? Oh, they made Mörkret. Wait, it's about surviving in the cold and the dark, damn it.
Olafur wanted me to say hi. So my name is Arnt. I'm CEO of Hyper Games. All of these amazing hillbilly people in this picture. We're based in Oslo, and we've been making games for 12 years now. A lot of different things. I will get into more of that. When I'm not making games, I enjoy tormenting myself with home renovation, as well as teaching my children important survival skills. but there will be less knives going forward in this presentation. So I'm going to take you on a small travel through Moomin Valley and through the process of developing the game, and also a bit about learnings and what went well and what we have learned from that process. Keep in mind that I'm going to present a lot of things like design stuff and art, and I did not make these things. I'm just presenting it for you. We have a really talented team, so I'm not going to take the credit for all of this game. I was involved, at least. I can say that. So I think most of you probably know Moomins. This is young Tove Jansson. She invented this Moomins world in the 40s, so a long time ago. And this is the first known drawing that she did that was like a Moomin-like character called Snork at that point. She made the first book, Moomins and the Great Flood, 80 years ago. And since then, there were 12 books and picture books released from 45 to 77. And also, at the same time, she had a comic strip in the Evening News in London for 20 years, which is impressive as well. Other notable things that happened since then. There was a Japanese animated series in 1969 that was only released in Japan because there were some creative differences. And a fun fact that's not very well known is that a young Hayao Miyazaki was involved in making that. He's the founder of Studio Ghibli.
ムーミンが日本でアニメーションになった時に僕はちょっとやりました。ただ僕はね、ここに戦車が出た方が面白いんじゃないかなって戦車を入れたりなんかしてね。これはね、トーベ・ヤンソンの思想を真っ向から反することでしたね。
We did not bring any tanks into our game. And I would expect, like me, most of you are familiar with the 90s TV show that I grew up with and was my main source of relationship to the Moomins. I only read the books when I was an adult, but the TV series was really a big thing for me as a child. And today, the Moomin brand is quite big. It's all over the world. Even here in Bergen, they have shops and there are theme parks. So this is from Tokyo. They have a Moomin park. So I think a lot of the animation culture has been a big part of why it's so popular in Japan. And that we definitely have noticed that as well. So our story starts in 2012. We made a bunch of different games and also a lot of work for hire projects for Norwegian companies. Many small projects, and then we did this big thing for many, many years, which was fun and stressful, of course. And the story of Snufkin starts here. We haven't yet finished Mørkred, but we are getting close. At this point in time, we were probably trying to figure out boat physics. And I wasn't there, because I was figuring out the physics of pushing this thing around. I was at a paternity leave at the time. So lucky for me, my headspace were somewhere else. And one evening I was reading this book for my then 5-year-old. Hvem kan trøste knøtte, or Who Will Comfort Toffel in English. And I didn't really know this book from before. But I was reading it, and I was really taken by the surprisingly sad and melancholic mood of the story, and also, of course, the art, the visual style of everything. And that got me thinking, maybe we could make this into a game. Maybe we can use this story specifically, was the first idea. And this is the actual Slack message from the next morning to the team, asking, on a scale from 1 to 10, how insane would it be to make a game based on Tove Jansson's style and book? And I was told it was 0, so that's good. And the first pitch to the team at that point, like, I want to make something a little bit artsy adventure stuff that's suitable for both adults and kids. Like, in retrospect, we nailed that, I think. I found that much later, and like, yeah, that was the first idea, and it's still what we ended up with 4 years later, so that's cool. And the next task was, of course, like, how do we actually get the permission to do that? And I have a blessing and a curse, mostly a blessing, that I'm not afraid to try things, and I'm not afraid of failing. So in many of these cases, like, yeah, just send an email. We'll see. Maybe they'll answer, maybe they won't. And like, what's the worst thing that can happen? But it went quite well, and we arranged a meeting with them to discuss and talk about details about the agreements and everything. So our vision that we presented to them was to make a game that it's not a copy of anything that she made, but it's our own interpretation, but it's going to feel like something that she could have made. And the designers quite early started playing around with the idea of not focusing on Moomin Troll as the protagonist, but Snufkin, because we wanted to make something that's adventurous and explorational, and like we felt that Snufkin was a good fit for something like cozy retro Zelda. I think was an early branch of ideas that we had, and I think it makes sense. If you look at Ocarina of Time Link, like, I think it's clear that there's some inspiration from Snufkin, and also plausible given the popularity of the Moomins in Japan. They have never confirmed this, but it's my theory that Link is actually based on Snufkin. These were the first actual drawings, concept art that we did. We used it for the pitch towards Moomin. This one and this one, that's about it. And what we wanted to do was convey like the artistic vision, and like, they're not game designers, so there's no point in going there and trying to pitch like some specific game design, but more like, this is our vision and this is where we want to go, and we understand and respect this IP. So from that first idea in November, it took 3 months until we had the pitch lined out. We went over, negotiated agreements, and signed it, and announced the game the next day. So it's 3 months period, which is quite fast, surprisingly fast. I think from what you would expect from such a big IP. As a point of reference for the timeline, when I was leaving that meeting with Moomin in Helsinki, I was putting on some music on my flight back, and I was listening to my favorite album, Sigiros, and I had the same stupid thought, like, maybe, just maybe, we can get them to do music for this game. And like, okay, let's go to the website and fill out a form. And only 27 months later, we had that signed. No shade to Zeros, like, things take time, but it's a big contrast to those two negotiations, for sure. And a lot of people, when I do talks about this game, ask me, like, how is it to work with the Moomins, and are they very strict? And yes, they are very strict, and their job is to preserve the legacy of really important art, and they have to be strict, because if they let people do crazy things like tanks, like, it's very easy to destroy this legacy. But so it's good for us, and it's good for everyone working with the Moomins that they have a team of people who works with approving everything. So everything we write, everything we draw, everything we do needs to be sent to them for approval, and that's just been a part of our process for these years. And it's really good for us as well, because we know that what we do is right, and it doesn't like go against Tove's original vision or anything like that. But there were some challenges with this idea of doing like a Zelda-like, because this is a game that's focused a lot on going around with the sword and sorting things, which of course Snufkin can't do. And there are other challenges as well, because Snufkin he doesn't like things. Like, he's not materialistic. He just wants to be out in the wilderness. And for a game like this, you need to be able to pick up things. You need some progression. You can't have coins or anything like that. So the philosophy for the designers when making the game was like, what would Snufkin do? Like, what would fit his character? And we came up with the idea of using instruments, like musical instruments, as his weapons, as his tools. So you have 3 different instruments that you unlock. And you also have sort of like XP or coins that you gather, which is inspiration. So you help people, you go walk in nature, you do relaxing things, you are rewarded with inspiration. So that's sort of the main XP, I guess, in the game. And we also decided against doing like health system or like we did discuss like a survival Snufkin, of course, at some point, but we wanted it to be accessible, and we didn't want you to go around like being afraid to die when playing this game. There is actually a segment that has like a fail state where you have to retry, but it's quite friendly. So the main pillars we worked with for the design was like wander in nature. That's going to be the main thing. Like, that's going to be important. We're always outside. Everything is in nature, and nature and preservation of nature is like the main theme of the game. We have the musical mechanics, which ties well into Snufkin's character. We wanted to have a lot of the famous characters from the Moomins there, so you can meet them. And then there's the Nordic melancholy that's really hard to explain, but it's sort of like this beautiful sadness that we want people to feel. A lot of the design, this is an early prototype that Christopher made, which shows more like a relationship management kind of idea. We had a lot of these ideas that would be cool, like you have to maintain these relationships, and like Animal Crossing style, I guess. And but we ended up cutting a lot of those things, this and also like a more advanced music system and stuff like that, just because we wanted it to be more accessible and not too complicated. I want everyone to be able to play it. So a lot of things like that was cool, but it didn't really add to the vision that we had, so we cut it. And in the end, like, we started out, I guess, with sort of like a Zelda reference, but we have a lot of like Untitled Goose games, Sneaky Sasquatch, really fun, mischievous games. We have a lot of inspiration for like a Short Hike, those kind of like cozy experiences. And I've also been told a lot from Tumbi, which I have never played myself, but I think that was an important designer reference as well. As for the story, it's mostly based on the Moomin Summer Madness book, but it's very loosely based on it, and we have a lot of story things that are completely new. But it's focused around these parks. Like, the park keeper is building all over Moomin Valley and putting up signs, and Snufkin really, really hates signs and rules. People are not supposed to tell you what to do anywhere. So in the book, he picks up all his signs and he burns them on a huge fire. And that was a main mechanic for us in designing like these parks. But it was important for us from the beginning that this is not a kids game. That was also part of the first pitch that we did with Moomin. Like, we're not looking to make a kids game, we're looking to make a game for everyone, like parents and kids and other adults who enjoy other kind of experiences. So like, it's for everyone, but obviously this isn't a game for everyone. But the idea was that everyone should be able to play it, and everyone should be able to enjoy it if they pick it up. But that is challenging. Of course, we need a low barrier of entry. Like, we need to, like the music system that I talked about, like sort of like a Guitar Hero style, like musical input. Like, it's fun, but it's not easy for people who don't play a lot of games to do, because it requires a lot of action. And the big challenge to make it, I guess, not too challenging but not boring was like a fine line that we walked on like during the development. And I think in terms of target audience, like, these are like the main ones. There's a lot of different gamers out there. Like, it's not one specific. We can't say like age or gender, and we don't define it that way. But there's a lot of different segments that fits nicely within the people who enjoy our game. And of course, Moomin fans is a big one. and wholesome game crowd I will get back to. And like just family gamers, Nintendo gamers. There's a big audience there, and it's hard for us to know how many kids are playing the game because we don't have those stats. But I think it's like 50-50 kids and adults who play it. And a lot of the wholesome games have been very popular, like from the pandemic and onwards. It's been growing in popularity, and I think we wanted to be a part of that. But also, I think a lot of these wholesome games, they end up being too wholesome. Like it's too cozy. It's sort of flat because everything is just cute all the time. So we wanted to have a bit more. We wanted to have some edge. We had this like anti-authoritarian kind of vibe in the parks of the game, which is like stealthy and sneaky, but in a very friendly way. I think having these parks in the game served as a nice sort of appetizer, or like a palate cleanser between the other areas. Like we wanted to have a lot of variation in what kind of moods we are conveying and feelings we're conveying. So that was a very conscious move from us to do these parks and like spreading them out, so you have them from time to time to not get it. We didn't want it to be too monotonous. A big challenge as well in the development was finding the style, because I can ask people like, what does Moomin Valley look like? And I'm assuming most people will reference the 90s series, but our point of reference was Tove Jansson's original art. We never used the products or series or things made by other authors or creators as our reference points. And Tove Jansson was an extremely talented artist. She did a lot of different things, and there's not one specific style. And even her characters, like this, these are all drawings by Tove Jansson of Snufkin. And they do not look the same, like at all. She was really talented, and she didn't care about being very like things need to be coherent, like visually, definitely not visually. And I think that's really cool. I think it shows like how free she was in her creation. But it's a challenge for us to find out what does Snufkin look like when we have all of these different variations, and also the other people have made completely different variations as well. I think this one is really cool. It's from a Russian production, I believe. Snufkin with the beak. But that was a main challenge for us, as well as like figuring out the general art style, because she had so many different styles. But we ended up focusing on these, which are her book covers. They are watercolor paintings that she did. So that was like this one up here was our sort of main point of reference for most of the game, really. And we ended up with the design for Snufkin that mostly draws from these two, but we also felt we needed to have some of the more modern references, like the yellow scarf that's in both in the 90s series and also in the new Moomin Valley series. And some of these things that makes it even more clear which character it is. But definitely mostly inspired by these two. And it was important for us to get the vibe that the game was sort of handmade, hand-drawn, very tactile. But it's like the animation is linear animation in spine for the ones who are interested in that. It's not drawn frame by frame, but we have used techniques within our engine to lower the frame rates to make it look more tactical. Not tactical. What's the word in English? Tactilt in Norwegian. More hand-drawn and handmade. And of course, you see, like this was a test that we did, looking at like how low can we go, and in most cases, like the frame rates aren't the same for all characters. Like we find some sort of balance that feels right for the animations that we have. And you can also notice the outlines of the character. Is also something that's done in engine, adding a lot of texture, adding a lot of like wobble effects to make it feel more like stop motion or frame by frame animation. We also did some interesting camera tricks because we're making a game that's an exploration game in 3D. The game looks 2D, but it's actually a 3D game with 2D characters. And there's this technique where I guess most game developers would know about orthographic cameras and perspective cameras, and the camera that we use is sort of orthographic in one axis and perspective in the other. So you will have perspective going left to right, but not up and down. And this makes it easier for us to have like sprites that are, now this is how they're actually standing, but for the camera they are sort of skewed to be straight, and you won't get any like perspective issues with them, which was a really fun thing to see when we started getting that in the game. This is an example from in the game where you see how it actually looks with all of the sprites and also 3D models. So all of the ground that you walk on, like the bridge and everything, that's 3D models, where the backgrounds are 2D and characters are 2D. And so everything is sort of a mix of 3D and 2D all the way. We're trying to make it feel 2D. So you see the parks here is, of course, designed to look nice from one specific direction, even though they are 3D models. You can see them from different angles as well. Here's another example. It looks really weird when you see how it actually is, but it feels right when you're playing. And there's always like issues when you're combining 3D models and 2D models with the like where's actually he's not actually standing on the turtle, but we need it to look like he is. And if he stands actually on top of it, it will look wrong. So it's a challenge, but it was a lot of fun. Here's one more example of like using 3D models, because things that has volume, things that are big, doesn't really work well as billboards. They need to have a mesh, because we have the perspective. If you go left and right, it will actually have perspective. So it was time to ship it at some point. We ended up working with Raw Fury as a publisher on this, which was fun. I'm going to show you the release trailer that we had, or it was right after release, since we have some scores in it. Okay, let's do it.
Oh, hello. I'm Tim Schafer, and I was just taking out my Moomin books so I could throw them in the garbage because I don't need them anymore. Because books are dumb. Books, they're painful, they're heavy, they hurt your eyes, and they can lead to deadly paper cuts. But luckily, we don't need them anymore, thanks to a fabulous team called Hyper Games, who've made a beautiful game called Snufkin Melody of Moomin Valley, a video game that we can use to enjoy the world of Moomins without the tyranny of reading.
It's safe to say that that release went really well. Thankfully, it was very important for us as a studio that this went well. It's a tough period for the games industry, so thankfully it went well. We are in the very exclusive, overwhelmingly positive club on Steam, which is great. And I wanted to offer some of my own insights to why I think we are. Because a lot of people think that that's an indication of how good your game is. It is sort of an indication of how good your game is, but it's most of all an indication of marketing setting the right expectation for the game for the right people. So we have the right people getting the game, and they are getting what they expect, so they end up being positive. That's the main thing. Like, the game is good, or else we wouldn't have overwhelming positive, but the marketing is really important part of getting that as well. I think a lot of games end up like overselling and like people expect much more than they actually get. And we were very, like Raw Fury was really good at working with marketing that didn't use too much cutscenes and didn't oversell. Like, it needed to be clear for players what they would get and how long the game would be, and all of these things needed to be communicated. and that turned out really well. We got, of course, a lot of like game-related press, which is really cool. But I also think we have a lot of like themes and things happening in the game that's interesting for press to write about, apart from being like reviews. And that was, I think that was really amazing to see, like people writing like more like thematic articles, and also like big publications writing about the game without really focusing on Moomins. Like, because it's easy for us to think like, okay, Moomins is the main reason people are going to care about this game. But we saw a lot of press and articles they hardly mentioned Moomin at all. It was more about the game itself, which is a nice validation for us, of course. And of course, when it's big outlets like this, it's really nice. I think the ACAB things we did definitely got noticed. We didn't, of course, say ACAB, but the press did. And I think one of the strong points that we had in the game was having like PR hooks that was easy for press to write about. That was one of the criteria, I think, for success. I think we had 400 press articles about the game after release. Another thing that we did well, I think, was events. Like we were part of so many events over many years, both digital events and physical events, and this was my favorite one. That was actually one of our goals very early in development. Like, if we can get this game on a Nintendo Direct, that would be the peak, and we did, and that was really cool. And I think we can probably think that the Japanese connection is what made that happen. Like, because the Moomins are so well known in Japan. We were at Tokyo Game Show 2 times at the indie area, which is usually not a very crowded area, but we had people standing in lines for hours to play like a 15-minute demo, which was insane, and very inspiring for us, of course. And Japan was also, like, they had a physical release in Japan a long time ago. We're having in Norway in a few weeks, but they were like out in stores and promoted from the beginning, which was really nice to see. Another thing I think we did well was working with fans and fan service. Like, Moomins have a lot of diehard fans, and it can be a double-edged sword, because you want to make something that because they're going to be vocal if they don't like what you make. You want to have them invested in the game. You want to not make it so that you need to know anything about Moomins before you play the game. Like, like, we want everyone to be able to play it. You don't have to know about the brand. So we needed to find a balance of having enough like fan service stuff and things that's popular for the fans, because they will help us spread it as well. And I'm not sure how many die-hard Moomin fans we have in this room, but have anyone heard about Snuffmin? So this is a popular, like, let's say, fan theory that Snufkin and Moomin are more than best friends. It's never been like confirmed by Tove Jansson. It's not canon, but there's a lot of fans who want to see that happen. And we had this scene in the game where Moomin is carrying Snufkin on his back because Snufkin broke his leg, and that was. This is some of them. There's so many like fan art of that specific scene, and like it's a good example of staying true to the original story, because everything makes sense in canon, but allowing the fans to interpret it the way they want to. Another fun thing. So if you know Snufkin, if you've seen the original drawings by Tove Jansson, he always has his pipe in his mouth. That has become a bit more tricky than it was in the 40s. But we like, if he goes around smoking throughout the game, that would put us in a 16. age limit, and we actually have that in certain regions still. But we found a way to sort of get around it by putting the pipe in a DLC. So the pipe isn't there. You can buy a cosmetic DLC where you get a wooden mouthpiece. It's not a pipe, but it's something that he can have in his mouth. It's made of wood. It was really hard to localize to 12 languages that in a way that made sense, but it was fun. And in many platforms you can have different age ratings for DLCs on the base game, so that was handy. I am getting close to wrapping up and opening for questions, so start preparing your questions. I wanted to let you know about this. It's the deluxe edition, physical edition, that's coming out in a couple of weeks. That's out for pre-orders now, if you want to, and it will be in stores as well in a few weeks. So Christmas gifts, everyone.
I'm just kidding. I would never throw away these books. That'd be terrible. I would, of course, recycle them.
Oh, thanks to Tim Schafer for providing those amazing videos. I'm a bit ahead of time, which is good because then I have plenty of time for questions. So if anyone has any questions, I'm sure someone has a mic. Someone is working on a mic. There's one up there. Do you have a really loud voice?
So, since the game you wanted to have a balance between fun and let's say for everyone. So my question is, how did you do playtesting and when did you know that you were in the sweet spot that you wanted to be in?
The correct answer to that would be that we had a lot of playtesting with many different people throughout the development, which isn't true. I think we did playtesting, but I think mostly it's about doing a lot of internal testing and like trying to figure out where the sweet spot is. Of course, we did a lot of playtesting towards the end, but then we had sort of already decided like our vision and what we wanted to do. I think if I was going to do it again, I would do more playtesting earlier. I think it ended up well, but that's definitely a better choice. Yes.
Thank you for the great talk. Did working with the Moomin IP limit you in any way? Were there things you wanted to do that you couldn't do because it was Moomin? And like, was it gameplay? Was it storytelling? Like, where did it stop?
Yes, it definitely did limit us, but I think it wasn't really the Moomin's team that added the limitations. It was the work of Tove Jansson. It was always like some logical reason why we couldn't do this or that. And I quite enjoy working creatively within boundaries. I think it's easier in many ways. Even though there are challenges, it's sort of easier to find solutions because you have all of these million other solutions that's out of the question anyway, so you can focus on these three. So it did limit us, but it was never a situation where they won't allow us to do this thing that we really want, because we could always, if we could make sure that it's canon and it would be something it's reasonable that Tove Jansson could have written, then we could argue for that. And they are very nice people. They would hear us out, and in many cases we would come up with some sort of solution. So it's been very little friction actually working with them, even though they are very involved. Yeah, is the mic over here?
Never mind, I have a really loud voice.
No, this mic is coming.
Oh man.
Okay. Again, thank you for the talk. I wondered, you mentioned that you were trying to reach several different customer segments, but you were not basing them on age and gender. And I was thinking, what do you base it on? What are these customer segments, and how do you work on defining them and making sure that you have reached the correct ones?
Yeah, I think we, of course, like age in certain type of segments is relevant, but it's more about interests. Like, are you interested in Japanese animation? That's one segment that's likely going to be interested in this game, and that's not something that's only relevant for kids or adults, or age isn't really an factor in that. It's more about what kind of interest you have and what other games you play. Of course, Moomins, that's an easier one. Like, you know, Moomins, you're a fan of Moomins, that's an easier segment. But that's also like encapsulating a lot of people. And the same with the like wholesome games crowd. It's not like a very singular type of people. It's very, it has a lot of diversity in age and like how like good of a gamer people are. And so I think age hasn't really been helpful for us in defining the segments, but more like what kind of games do you like? What's your interest? How many games have you played? What kind of cultural references would you have to this world and to similar products?
Hello. So, bit similar to just the previous question, but it's more about while I was going through these Steam reviews for my own reasons. Well, actually, hello. I'm your one of your moderators on your Discord channel. That's me. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
We can have a chat during the break.
We definitely should.
So that's why, like, for personal reasons, since I was somewhat included within Hyper Games, not officially, but I was looking through the Steam reviews, and what I noticed was that it is lovely how you were trying to go and market to everyone, which is brilliant. But when you try to reach everyone outside of hardcore Moomin fans, you reach gamers. That's dreadful. So what I've largely seen was the length of the game, and you know there is a group of people that say $1 per hour of gameplay is good, which is, I'm sorry, it's horrible. That's a terrible idea. But how did you handle those comments, those reviews, and the general like buy this on sale or anything like that? All of that basically reaching out to everyone. How did it affect the reception?
Yeah, so any game is going to get that. It's like there's going to be people who don't like anything. I mean, and there's only one proper way to handle it. It's just to say thank you for your feedback, and that's it. Like, I mean, you can't please everyone. And I think for most games, it would be stupid to try to target everyone like we sort of did. I think in many cases, it's much smarter to have like a specific niche. But because of the nature of this IP, it made it a bit different. But yeah, I think I honestly have only seen like a handful of negative comments like throughout 4 years, and I think it's because the community that we're targeting, like the wholesome community, is very wholesome. There's very little like, if you don't like it, then that's fine. Go somewhere else, do something else. Don't be vocal about it. It doesn't help anyone. So it has not been a challenge really for this game to have like that kind of negativity.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk, and I was wondering...
Who's talking?
Over here, yeah. What programs did you use during the development of the game? Like, example with the art and with the animation and the game engines?
We work with Unity for this. We use Spine for animation, especially like character animation. And for the rest, like there's a lot of different. We use Houdini a bit for generating assets, and we do a lot of like hand-drawn stuff, like hand-drawn digitally, hand-drawn. But like there's a lot of assets being drawn like in various tools, and we're not really. You'd have to ask my lead artist about the details about every software, but we don't have a very strict pipeline on what happens before things end up inside the game.
Someone came and said something to me, and I don't speak Norwegian. It works cool.
That is all right. Maybe I spoke too low. What is something that you learned through this experience that you didn't think would have so much of an impact when you started the project, that kind of changed somewhat the direction from start to finish?
That's a difficult question, and a good question. I mean, I think we definitely learned a lot about. We were never good at working with social media and things before this game. Like, we didn't have any like established social media presence in any way, and we definitely saw the effect of doing that. It's like it had a lot of impacts, and a really good driver for like wish listing, which is great. So I think we definitely learned a lot about like marketing and social media specifically, personally, because I've been doing a lot of that. So, but you would have different answers from anyone in the team, I think.
Hello. So you had the example of the pipe for Snufkin. Did you encounter any other, you might say, iconic character features or themes in the show that you might have to change to better fit in with like today's rules and that sort of thing? And how would you approach changing something that the fan base might perceive as iconic?
We try to not change a lot. We don't include everything, but we are like very concerned with like not changing things and not inventing too many new things to add to the world. That's important for the movements as well. But if I would so highly recommend everyone to read the novels that Tove Jansson wrote, and it's surprisingly dark, and I would have loved to have more maybe of that darkness in the game. There's certain things that maybe we allowed ourselves to do with like kids entertainment before. That's not really possible anymore for several reasons. So I guess that's one. I think there's, I mean, in the book, in Midsummer Madness, like Snufkin is so upset with like these woodies running around him that he's actually talking about drowning them, and like, I mean, it would have been fun to add more of that, but I think it was a wise choice not to. Yeah.
Hi. So since you're talking about like making it, I would say more scary and more dark, would you ever consider making a game based off Lille My and like dark adventures?
We'll consider it.
Please let me join it.
This one here. Okay, and there. And then I think we have those two questions, and I think that's what we have time for.
Hi. Great talk, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm curious, you talk about the wholesome genre, and then I know there's a genre called cozy. What would you consider the difference to be, and how did you marry the melancholy into this experience when you go for the wholesome crowd?
So I think of it as the same, to be honest. Like it's probably nuances, but for me it's sort of the same segment. And we have areas that are like darker and more moody, and we have a segment with the Hufsa, the Groke, that's quite dark and terrifying. So it was an important goal for me to scare a lot of kids when making that. There's one more question, I think, if we have time. Yeah.
So you've lived in Moomin Valley for the last 5 years. What do you want to do next? Is it more cozy, or you want to go really scary or dark or really happy? Or
Surviving the cold, dark winter. That's my next move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ara, for a wonderful, cosy start to Konsoll 2024. So yeah, that was a wonderful start to the day and some interesting revelations about Moomin characters. So up next, we have a lead animator at Lucid Games in Liverpool, who's led teams, directed motion capture shoots, mentored new animators, and recently published her first book, The Pocket Mentor for Animators, available to order now from all good bookstores. So here to share some hard-earned lessons on working as an animator in the games industry, please welcome Holly Newsham.
Hello, my name is Holly Newsham and I'm a lead animator. I work for a game studio based in Liverpool called Lucid Games, and I've been there for almost 8 years now. I thought I'd also introduce you to my cat, Xena, and my dog, Luna, just because, well, look at them, they're so cute. Today, I wanted to talk about some of the lessons I've learned so far. I'll give a little intro into what animation in games is, and the kind of animator that I am, the games I've worked on, and the different kinds of projects you might expect working at a game studio, the job application process, and some general advice I wish someone had said to me when I was first starting out. So let's begin with what game animation is. Typically, there are 3 different categories of animators in games: gameplay, cinematic, and technical. There's plenty of nuances between these roles, but this is a good way to differentiate. Gameplay animators use a combination of keyframe and motion capture data to create animations that serve gameplay. This involves working alongside designers and programmers and technical animators to develop animation systems that ensure a character feels both alive and connected to the intended design. Cinematic animators lean more towards movie-style animation, creating scenes that serve narrative and storytelling. They use a mixture of keyframe and motion capture data to put purposefully staged shots together, animating to specific cameras. They work alongside the narrative team to ensure that their vision is brought to life. Technical animators, the true wizards of the animation field, they concentrate on the correct implementation of systems, providing a bridge between the creative and the technical. Their responsibilities can be quite varied, from rigging and tools development to engine implementation and ragdoll physics. So I'm a gameplay animator, and what I love about that is that you truly get to embody a character, considering them in every angle of every movement, ensuring every system connects seamlessly with the last, all whilst injecting personality into everything you possibly can. If you wanted to see my animation workflow, I recorded an animation demo for a school a couple of years ago. I recorded my whole process from blocking through to polish, and then sped it up by 2,000%. So if you're interested, the QR code in the corner has everything you might need about me. On top of getting to work on fun animations, I also get to witness firsthand all the hard work that goes into making a game. There are so many different disciplines and ridiculously talented people that I get to work with every day. Honestly, you should come and work in games with me. So my first project was a really cute game about a little dog dragon that you could go on adventures with in VR. I was responsible for all the animation across the whole game, which was incredibly daunting as my first ever project. Also, with literally 0 games experience. But we did it. We finished it. We were super happy with it. And it still hasn't been released. Unfortunately, it probably never will now. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. My most favorite project I've worked on so far was a game called Destructional Stars. It was a PS5 exclusive launch title. I had the most amazing time animating all these gorgeous characters, working with the most incredible team, and just learning so much. My first ever shipped title. That all sounds great, doesn't it? What's sad is this game launched in the middle of a pandemic. So no fun lunch parties for me. It launched as the PS5 first came out, and as some people might remember, was not a great time to purchase a PS5. The shortage of PS5s meant even some of the team couldn't play at launch. And on top of all that, it was an online multiplayer game, so as you can imagine, it didn't go down so well. But like I said, it's still my favorite game development experience so far. Sure, it may not have been the most successful game, but I absolutely loved it, and it made me the animator that I am today. I worked for a short while on a game called Nightingale. We joined this project toward the end of development and took ownership over a handful of their creatures, which were really fun to animate. This was a co-development project, which means you work with another studio on a game that they're making. Ultimately, the other studio is the one making the decisions, and you're working with them as an extension of their team. And right now, I'm working on an incredibly cool project, but that's all I can say. So this is tough, isn't it? Because in my 8 years, I've got a project that didn't get released, a project that didn't go down so well, a project that wasn't really my own, that we joined quite near the end, and a project that I can't talk about. Which brings us to lesson number 1, arguably one of the biggest lessons and realities of working in games. You have to accept, at some point, you have no control over what happens. Whether people will like it, and whether people will even see it. You've got to separate your personal success from the game's success. Because a project is truly what you make of it. The lessons you've learned, the people you've worked with, the stories you have. Sure, people may not recognize the game itself, but I've had the opportunity to give talks about the animation pipeline on Destructional Stars, which I'm incredibly proud of. And I've gotten to share something with people that was truly a fantastic thing to be a part of. This also led me to speaking at GDC in San Francisco and to being an animation judge for BAFTA. What you have control of is you. Do your bit the best you can and be proud of that. So let's talk about the different types of projects to expect when working in a game studio, which varies based on the studio. Original IP. A studio has come up with its own idea for a game completely independently, giving them full creative control. Third-party IP. A publisher has gone to a studio with an idea and pays them to make it. Co-development. A studio works with another studio to help them ship their game. And outsource. A studio creates assets for another studio's game with little to no input into the work they produce, and largely in isolation to the development of the project. With co-development projects becoming more and more common, I thought I'd share a little about my experience working on them. The really cool thing about these projects is the opportunity to work alongside external teams, seeing how they do things, how they set up their engines, manage their pipelines, approach problems, and generally, it's pretty cool to build working relationships with people you probably wouldn't have otherwise met. I absolutely love getting to animate with other studios' rigs and working with their tool sets. It's a great chance to gain insight into the other ways of working and essentially works as a knowledge share between studios. If you find yourself on a codev project, I thought it would be useful to note some practical advice to keep in mind when working with other studios. One of the biggest responsibilities of working with another studio is that you are representing your company. Be conscious of how you come across to the team, as that will directly impact the way they work with you. Always use professional, respectful language and give constructive feedback where appropriate. Value the work people do, listen to them, and learn from them. And be mindful that this industry is small. These relationships matter and will build your reputation. You should be seen as an extension of the team, so don't be afraid to express your opinion and be an active participant in collaboration. Your best work will happen when you are inspired and you care about the work you produce. If they allow you to have creative input and ownership over something, take it and run with it. You will most likely be working with people across multiple time zones, with a window of time where working hours overlap. This window can get very small very fast. For example, when we were working with Inflection, they were based in Edmonton, Canada, which is 6 hours behind us in Liverpool, England. Because we were able to take ownership over our creatures and set up to work independently within their engine, we mostly used the overlap window for team sync-ups, which worked really well. The times the window proved challenging was when the build was broken, or we were blocked by something someone else had done that only they could solve on their end. Top tip, do not submit and run. Make sure you thoroughly test things before submitting and leave enough time to test afterwards. It's also wise to keep the time of day in mind before messaging people or booking them in for meetings. Before you forget what you wanted to say, you can schedule messages. This way, you can keep within the window and still get your information out there. And please don't be scared to voice your concerns with your lead or producer if a meeting is booked outside of work hours. I really believe that building rapport is the most important part of working well together and enjoying it, and just generally makes everything a million times easier. You're much more likely to ask a person for help if you've broken down barriers with that person than if you've barely said 2 words to them. Value and invest time into forming some sort of bond with people. If your team can schedule a regular meeting that is purely to get to know each other, talk about silly things, see each other's pets, I've never known that to have a negative impact on a team. But wait a minute, how did I actually get a job doing any of this? Well, around 12-ish years ago, I started looking at universities. Honestly, I had no idea what I wanted to do. All I knew was that I wanted to go to uni, I liked art, and I liked computers. That was literally it. I had no course in mind, really. I just started looking at what courses were available. I considered things like graphic design, media, illustration. And after looking through the modules of these kinds of courses, I kept seeing the word animation stand out to me. The question I asked myself was, what would I enjoy studying for 3 years? What would I find interesting? And my answer to that was, well, I wouldn't mind finding out how they made Shrek. And that is how I decided to become an animator. My point is, you don't need to have your whole life planned out right now. It's okay to spend some time finding what you enjoy and what you really want to do with the rest of your life. Whatever it is you land on, whether it's what you study at uni or what you discover along the way. The bottom line is, we need to work because we need to make money. To fund our pets' lavish lifestyles, of course. But no one said that had to be boring. Please pick something that genuinely interests you. It does make working every day a tiny bit easier. In game studios alone, there's like a million things you could do. Animation, of course. Art, technical art, VFX, user interface, design, programming, production, QA, analytics, community and marketing, operations and human resources, finance. There's so many options that you may as well just come and work in games with me. So how do you actually get the job? Fundamentally, you want to be seen, and to do that, you need to put a little bit of effort into your applications. What I mean by that is, your application is going to be put in front of incredibly busy people, and you'll only get a couple of minutes to impress. So it's worth making those minutes count. Cover letters, not essential, no, but it's an opportunity to show that a bit of care and consideration went into your application. Whilst it's unrealistic to ask that you personally type out a heartfelt message to each of these companies you're applying to, I don't think it's unreasonable to mention a couple of games that studio has worked on. It just shows that you've at least looked into the company you're applying to. A CV is an essential part of any discipline's application. Although these aren't as relevant to graduates as you typically won't have much, if any, relevant experience to list, CVs are still a great place to show a bit of personality. I love when people include personal interests and hobbies, especially from an animator's perspective. If you say you love to dance or you practice parkour in your spare time, it's always going to be a plus in our books. Things we don't want to see on a CV. Experience level of software. Please don't say that you're an expert of anything or rate your skill level on any kind of scale because, well, it's just not relevant. It is relevant to note software you're familiar with, but that is all we need to see. Irrelevant personal details. Your age, relationship status, personal social media handles, the results of every GCSE you took. It's just not necessary. And links that don't work. Please test these out before you send them out professionally. It will save us all time. A showreel is a cherry-picked selection of your best work, a representation of your skill set, creativity, and personality. This is your chance to make a lasting impact on your viewers. You want to stand out, and you want to be memorable. The most useful thing I could think to do here was show you a showreel that had me at its first animation. Charlotte literally starts next month too, so how cool is that?
From what I hear, God's a bit tetchy. Wiping out the human race. Big storm.
Straight away, the big thing we loved about this was that they showed their reference. Not only does this show an understanding of the craft, but it also shows their performance skills. This person clearly wants to work in games, and they can animate. Amazing. You'll notice there wasn't clear reference to motion capture, and it's important to note that there is no exact science to what you need to include on a showreel. Charlotte got the job without it because their showreel showed personality, humor, and fundamental skill. Try to make your showreel showcase you. Here's a few guidelines for your showreels. No more than 3 minutes long. Sensible music that complements your work. Start with your best and favorite clip. Clearly label and state responsibilities. Did you animate all the characters? Did you rig them? Was it only the facial animation you did? Was this motion capture keyframe? And fundamentally, showcase your craft. No excessive camera cuts or fancy lighting is needed to show that you are a great animator. If possible, tailor your applications to the position you're applying for. This might sound silly to say, but if you're applying for a gameplay role, show gameplay. It's not super simple. It's not super useful to show a bunch of fancy cinematics and zero evidence that you've even thought about animation in games. It's not the end of the world if you can't tailor your application, but it really does show that you actually want the job if you can show relevant examples. And there's a secret to game studio applications. Make a game. It doesn't have to be the next GTA or anything, of course, but there's so many free tutorials out there these days. There's nothing stopping you showing us that you want to work in games. Not only will this give you a better understanding of the pipeline involved, but it also shows you're thinking about your work in context. It's one thing to see that you're an amazing animator. It's another thing entirely to see that you're a game developer in the making. Showing your animation connected as part of a system, that you've thought about what comes before and where it's going after. It doesn't have to work perfectly, but it's important for a gameplay animator to understand it's not just about the immediate animation. It's about how that animation is going to fit, how you'll use the transitions to your advantage, continue momentum, and maintain fluidity. It's a real skill to understand how to make animations feel good, but it's the best feeling when it all comes together. This thought process is relevant to all disciplines. Considering the departments before and after yours is invaluable. For example, animators who understand the rigging process, 3D artists that think about good deformation in their topology, concept artists that design their characters within the scope of what the character tech team can support, designers making their documentation fun and approachable, whilst concise and to the point, and programmers understanding other people will be using their systems and creating it with them in mind. Just a tiny bit of thought into how your work impacts others, a willingness to have conversations and to collaborate with teams surrounding yours, is the mark of a true game developer that people will want to work with. Next comes interviews. Please come prepared. Research the company. What games have they worked on? What genres do they specialize in? If they've given you the names of the interviewers, look them up. I don't mean stalk their social media, more like knowing the kinds of things they've worked on, how long they've worked at a company. At the company, not any company. And have questions ready to ask. All these things show initiative and that you have a genuine interest in the role. It's a gesture that can really count in your favor. Things we like to see in interviews: being on time, a friendly demeanor, polite, open, and honest answers, a genuine interest in animation and in games, an eagerness to learn, that your personality would be a good fit for the team, and that your communication skills are good. You can actually hold a conversation. Things we don't want to see in interviews: not being dressed appropriately, not being in an appropriate environment for an interview, being arrogant, rude, or insulting, coming across like you don't want to be there, avoiding questions or giving really generic answers, and please, please don't badmouth other companies or people. It's just not a good look. So get used to rejection because it's going to happen. Some companies might not even respond at all. It might not even be you that was the problem. Sometimes it's just the project's needs. Another candidate was maybe a little bit more suited than you, or simply you weren't the right fit for the team at that exact moment. And unfortunately, all these things are completely out of your control. However, there are things within your control that can help when you receive a rejection. Ask for feedback. They may decline, but if there's an opportunity to find out what you can work on, do it. Take a break to work on your showreel. Adding new work not only evolves your skill set, but also shows you're actively working on improving your application. Oh, well, to that point, sorry. It's important to note that companies won't appreciate you reapplying with the same exact showreel after they've rejected you. Don't do it. Self-reflect. Is there anything you think you could work on? Something you could have answered better in the interviews, or included in your showreel? The usual story is that people will apply for the big studios, they'll receive a couple of rejections, and declare that they're never going to get a job doing anything ever. It can be hugely demotivating to carry on applying for jobs after receiving lots of rejection, but the only thing you can do is stay persistent. Keep improving, keep applying. Because if you put the work in, you will get a job. And then what happens? Your first day can be super daunting because you have no idea what to expect. So let's set some expectations. Will I be expected to animate big, complicated things straight away? As a junior, you should not be given anything you can't handle. Good teams will ramp you up gradually and in line with your skill set. Some teams may throw you in at the deep end. Juniors can sometimes be taken advantage of, so it's important to recognize this and highlight if you aren't comfortable or if you're struggling. Will I be expected to animate really quickly, and will I have deadlines immediately? The important thing to learn as a junior is that quicker doesn't equal better. Understanding the fundamentals of animation is where juniors should focus their efforts. You will get deadlines. How soon after your start date is dependent on the project demands, but being a junior should be reflected in your time restraints. Will I be expected to understand game engines? Whilst it's preferable that juniors have some understanding of what a game engine is and the basics of how to navigate within one, it isn't essential. If a core level of animation ability is demonstrated, we will teach our juniors everything they'll need to do their job, including but not limited to their interaction with the engine. Also, unless the studio works in Unreal or Unity, it is impossible for you to know how a studio's proprietary engine works, so you can chill. I think something people don't say enough is how hard this all is. There is so much pressure on you to make all these super important life decisions and do all these things that you've never ever done before. It's incredibly scary, and it feels very easy to make the wrong decision. But I think as long as you keep making a decision and you keep moving forward, you will figure it out as you go. I know plenty of people that did a bunch of stuff before they found what their true calling was. It's not always a linear path, and that's okay. The funny thing about being a junior is how most of the pressure we feel is internally created. The most amazing part about being a junior is that you have no responsibility. I really wish I had let myself enjoy that more. I used to constantly belittle myself as a disclaimer to all the work I did, and the best piece of advice I received in my first year or so was to flip the switch and acknowledge my own worth. It's not arrogant to have confidence in yourself. There's a line, of course, and having a massive ego is bad, but you're nowhere near that line in saying, yes, I can do that, and truly believing you can. There really is nothing to be scared of. You deserve to be exactly where you are, and you're allowed to have no idea what you're doing. Absorb everything, get involved in as much as you can. Ask dumb questions, they probably aren't as dumb as you think. Share your thoughts and opinions, take notes, record your screen when people show you how to do things. That way, you don't have to keep asking them if you instantly forgot. And most importantly, enjoy it. Remember to take time to celebrate yourself for every win along the way. It's really easy to get swept up into thinking about the next thing you've got to accomplish, the next pay rise, the next job title, before really acknowledging how far you've come. And with that, celebrate each other too. I'm so tired of people seeing other people's success as a reason to feel bad in some way about themselves, and not just simply being happy for that person. The misconception with passion jobs is the whole enjoy what you do, never work a day in your life. No thank you to whoever said that, because it is a job. Just because you enjoy it doesn't mean it has to become your whole life. Don't feel guilty for finishing work at the end of the day and going for a walk with your dog, or saying hi to your baby. It's important to have balance and not to miss out on living your best life outside of work. There is no rush to becoming the ultimate superstar in your field if that is what you want to do. Just enjoy the journey. And remember, everything you're feeling throughout this whole process is temporary. Dealing with job rejections, being the new person, the first time you get tough feedback, feeling like you know absolutely nothing and like any day you could get fired because you're so bad. It will all get better. But also remember, as you start to get a handle on things and figure things out, there will be a new person. People all around you are going through the same day-to-day overthinking that you're no doubt doing. It's important to reach out to people and help them. Talk openly about things if you can, because it really does help to hear it from someone who seemingly has everything together. As my mum always says, all you can do is your best. And put yourself in other people's shoes. How do you think they feel? Thank you for listening. As previously mentioned, the QR code in the corner has all the talks I've referenced, as well as places to reach out to me on. Please do if you have any questions at all. And if you found anything I said useful, I hope you did. I wrote a book about all this. It's called The Pocket Mentor Animators. I don't even know the title, apparently. The Pocket Mentor for Animators. My dog is clearly doing all the marketing and PR so far, so I thought I'd help her out. It's a part of the Pocket Mentor series. Each book covers a different discipline, all with the aim to support people, just like I hope some of you in the room, in getting jobs, doing something they love. I tried to cover as much as I could, from trying to fit in at a new company, dealing with imposter syndrome, bad days, and also animation tips and things to keep in mind when implementing gameplay systems. Anyway, that's it from me. Thank you for listening, and if anyone has any questions, I am here. Thank you. How cute she looks in sunglasses.
Right, so first of all, thank you for the amazing talk. And I was just wondering if you have any recommendations for a beginner who wants to learn 3D animation.
Who wants to learn 3D animation? Oh my god, there's so much. The thing to focus on is principles. So timing, spacing, squash and stretch. Start with a cube and make it look interesting. If you can do the basics and do them well, then you can sort of, what's the word? Go on to animating amazing characters. But I think everybody says that though, with the ball, but I never wanted to animate a ball. I think the important thing is to find something that you want to animate, and it might not be perfect at the beginning, but you know, throw yourself into Unreal and start with a character. There's tutorials on how to do that. And then just go from there. Like, what do you want to see that character doing? And just give it a go. It might not be perfect, and the animation might look really bad, but you can only get better in practice. But there's a million tutorials on YouTube and tutorials on Unreal Engine, which is all free as well. I recommend just finding one that you actually want to follow and just going for it, because I never wanted to do the bouncing ball thing. There's also loads of really lovely books to read, obviously this one. But I also have recommendations of books at the back of my book. So, but there's, I can't remember, there's that big Bible of animation, and I forget who wrote it. But speak to me after and I'll be able to sort you out. Does that sound weird? I hope that answered that. Yes, there is. Ooh, a couple.
Thank you for the nice presentation. A lot of interesting reflections. You did address just briefly, going to university. Yeah. What would you say are sort of the best learnings that you had from the university? Animation is one, but what other things, lessons did you have from that?
Going out and partying. Honestly, I somehow learned really good work-life balance at university. I kind of worked really hard through the day to reward myself with going out at night. And that has really, I've taken that through my whole life. And I did really well at uni, but I don't think it's worth. I think we can all relate to working really late and feeling guilty for not working, so not allowing yourself to do anything. And you'll quickly find that the quality of working 24-hour days, if that's yeah, I mean, that is possible. Yeah, it drops and it's not worth it. So it is good to have the balance of working really hard and enjoying it, but also just not being by a computer and going outside and eating a good snack and getting a coffee. And yeah, I think that's really important in work as well. So that was really good. And I think as well, not beating yourself up by not being a Pixar quality animator, because that was somehow something that I expected and really got upset with myself because I thought I should have been so much better, but you won't be. And that's what we consider when we look at graduate showreels and junior showreels, is we look at the potential and the person more so. We don't expect you to be the quality of someone that has 20 years experience. So just don't beat yourself up about it, because I wasted a lot of time doing that. But yeah, those are the main things of the uni. I had the best time. There's 1, 2.
Hi, thank you for the beautiful talk. I wanted to ask if you have at any point during your studies experienced any doubts or thoughts related to whether you were meant to do this or whether you were good enough, and what you would say to people who might experience something like that?
100%. I only just stopped doing that maybe 3 years ago. It's really hard. It is really hard, I think, doing any creative craft, because you are very vulnerable in the work you produce. And it is a craft, and it's called a skill for a reason. It is hard to master. And it's just like, just take the pressure off and just enjoy the learning process, because I don't know who made the sort of pressure that we all build up in our heads that we've got to be like this most amazing person without having the journey of getting there. So yeah, just go with it. Just enjoy the learning, because if you enjoy it and you're inspired and you love the work that you're doing, then it does come just with practice. So you can't skip to the end before you've even began. So yeah, but I can talk forever about confidence problems and imposter syndrome and things like that. So by all means, catch me later, and I can talk more about it. But yeah, it's hard, but just be nice to yourself. There is another 2. Bless you.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you so much. I was thinking about work-life balance, and in regards to that, are there any tips for a dev team or a team leader to make sure that individual team members actually have a good work-life balance?
Yes. It's tough. Well, it's not tough, actually. You just, as a lead, you know, or you should know, what people are up to, checking in with them regularly, making sure they're feeling good in themselves, in their work. And just, like I said, like if you know people and you get to know them and you know them on a level that you can have a laugh with them, it's really easy to find and notice when people are struggling. And yeah, that's what I do. I talk to everyone the same, like I've known them forever. And yeah, it's important to check in with people and to just tell them, like, because you can easily see if people are online on Slack or whatever, and just tell them to go, just tell them to leave, stop being such nerds. Tomorrow's another day, and it doesn't help me if you're tired and, well, for the next day, but also tired through the night, and then you submit and break the build, and then I get the flack for it. So doing us all a favor, just leave when your workday is over and go and get a nice snack. But yeah, you should have a lead that promotes that. And if you don't, then, you know, evaluate if you want to work with them and in that company if they encourage you not to have a life. Yeah, I hope that answered that. There's another couple up there, down here.
All right. So I'm wondering, if you've been using third-party software to model and animate, what have been like the biggest complications when importing it to a game software? And if you're working as a team with animators who might not be too familiar with the engine, how do you teach the animator and maybe also the designers and the programmers to work effectively to get through those complications in a smooth manner?
So do you mean if you're working with like another studio's like engine? Another studio's pipeline?
Say you're a programmer or an animator, and there's like, well, the first question is, what sort of complications have you experienced getting animations to work in a game engine? That's one. The other is, how do you as a team communicate and work together to get through those complications, if that makes sense?
Yeah. I think first of all, you have to accept that things aren't going to work perfectly most of the time. Most of the time, you'll put an animation into the game, and for a multitude of reasons, it might not look how you animated it. And part of the really fun part of being a gameplay animator is that you have to troubleshoot that kind of thing. Usually, it's a checkbox is the most jokey answer. That's also true most of the time. But for an animator, look in the trajectory, the route marker, because usually that is the source of all of my problems. But it's just all part of it. So I don't even know how to explain it. You have to go back and forth between the software and the engine. You look at a few different things, tags. You talk with the people around you. Animators should be really well-versed with talking to designers and programmers. Make them your friends, and they will help you with all these sorts of problems. And the technical animators, my God, they are the saviors of most of my work. So it's usually a collaborative effort, and it's just part of being a game developer to figure those things out and figure out if it's your problem or not. But yeah, it's a really, there's no answer really. It's not a black and white answer, but you got to have fun with it. And then the second question was, how do I help teams, that kind of thing, in doing the same thing, right?
Yeah, animators and programmers like communicate and work together to get through complications that one side might know better than the other in a sort of way.
Well, I mean, to that specific quote as well, it is just about collaboration. So it's how that programmer and that animator speak together. You, like I said before, you have to have respect on both sides and come at a thing to work together on a thing. Not that like, oh, you know, your animation is crap. Like, why have you broken my thing that I programmed? I hope no one talks like that. You know, come at it like, oh, there's this problem happening. What can we do? I'm looking at the code, can't really see anything. Have you looked at this or that if they're, you know, more familiar? Or the other way around, the animator can get in contact. It's good to have just constant open communication with every discipline that is part of the team of doing a feature, anything. The more you talk, the more you're open, and the more you can really, in a relaxed way, approach these kinds of people and just have an open and like respectful conversation. It is about what everyone brings to a team, and as soon as you have one person that is just shut off, and they're just like, well, my code is perfect, so you're on your own. You're going to have to like just figure it out. They're not the people that you want to work with. So it's just a collaborative effort and a team effort. And as a lead of those disciplines, it's up to them to encourage that kind of open and honest atmosphere as well. So yeah, you just be nice to people, and they'll be nice to you, hopefully. And if not, report them. There's one there, and there's one here. Nope,
Hello.
still not you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So when you started your journey, right, did you start posting your work on social media to get noticed, or did you work on your like resume or portfolio alone on yourself, and then you applied for a job?
That's like one thing I should probably add to this. I just talked about Shrek. But I was, so firstly, I graduated uni and I felt really, really tired. And I recommend anyone that can take a month or two off. There's no rush to get into the rat race, because, you know, there should hopefully be a job. You will eventually get a job. So give yourself time to have a bit of time off, because once you're in it, you're in it. I'm 8 years in, like, where's my massive holiday? So I took some time off anyway, and then, so that was July through to November, and then around November I started applying for jobs. And I have a whole chapter about this in my book, where there's the obvious ways, you know, searching on Indeed, you know, Googling animator jobs and applying for all those. Then there's people post things on LinkedIn, don't they, and Twitter, apply for all those. And then I just emailed every company that I could get an email of. Some of them were speculative applications, some of them were just the blanket company email. And I recommend that. I recommend like not being picky, really, for that first job. All I wanted was to get a foot in the door. And then I was like, I'll sort everything else out. I just need to start getting experience. I need to learn how to animate. So I did that. And it just so happened that part of having a memorable showreel, I had a showreel that had like a dancing pig on it, and then a horse that was, I suppose, trying to catch a train. And it was memorable. And the people at Lucid had seen my showreel. They weren't hiring at that point, but they remembered it. So a couple of weeks later, or a month or so later, they got in contact and said, hey, do you want to come in for a informal chat? And I was like, sure, please give me a job. And I had this like 2 or 3 hour conversation with our technical like wizard animation lord, Mike. And he was actually in the industry before the PlayStation. So we obviously nerded out for hours. I left my nan standing outside in the rain waiting for me. And yeah, it went really well. And I was trying to sort of find out from one of the founders if he would give me a job, but he wouldn't tell me. And then a couple of days later, they said, hey, do you want a job as an animator? And I was like, yes, please. And the rest is history. Still there 8 years later. But that's how I got a job as an animator anyway. But I emailed so many places that were just loosely related to animation even. I applied to be like a camera technician on Hollyoaks and like a graphic design and illustration, like I just suddenly, in the space of a week after me having this holiday, I went to like Vegas and then came back and I was like, oh my God, what if I never get a job? What if and no one's gonna hire me? And I was just panicking. And then, yeah, so I sent it out everywhere. Lots of places ignored me. Lots of places said, oh, we're not hiring at the moment, blah, blah, blah. And, but yeah, so lucky for me, Lucid Games, yes, gave me a chance. And yeah, that is how I got a job. I hope that answered it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, so how did you know you were ready to apply for a job? Like, how did you trust your skills?
I didn't. I honestly, like coming out of uni, I felt very, very unprepared, but I had put all the work that I possibly could into my showreel. I got a first class, and I was like, the next step, like I could obviously, and I do recommend while you're doing this whole applying thing, carry on working. Like I was doing personal pieces, so I was trying to learn, but really in my head I was just like, I needed someone to give me a shot and then to just go in and absorb everything that I could from them. I needed like to just get into the industry and start learning that way. So I didn't necessarily think that I was the most amazing animator ever, but I was just like, I'd kind of got to my limit of what I knew. And yeah, lucky for me, I now have Christian Jonjuk as a animation director, and he like worked at Ubisoft and did motion matching and all that cool stuff. So he has then took me under his wing and made me the animator that I am today, which I'm incredibly grateful for. But it is just, it's almost like luck and right place, right time. But I don't think that there's an exact like, okay, now I'm ready for a job. Like Charlotte, you know, she may not be like, she's not obviously not a senior, but you can show, it shows real promise. It shows that she'd be a really cool part of the team, and that I really want to work with her, and I want to animate with her and teach her. So it is just about potential. So yeah, just start applying. Who knows?
Hello? Yeah. Thank you for the talk. And I was wondering, what's your preference when working with reference till animation? Do you film yourself? Do you look up on YouTube? What do you prefer?
Yes. I believe if you can and you think you are the most suited to that character, record yourself, because that's the best way that you can understand the movement really fully. But it is also worth noting that you're not always the... I could record myself for, you know, big, heavy, like, gangster guys, for example, but they will probably come across like a girl trying to be a big, heavy gangster guy. So if you can, you know, talk to people around you and just ask people to record reference for you, that's really good. It is, like, ideal if you can get recorded reference, because they will do exactly the move that you have in your head that you want to do. And but as an animator, you are mostly on YouTube looking at things or asking people like, oh, you know that, what's the reference of like a guy like falling out of a window? And everyone knows it, but you can't get it on YouTube a lot of the time. But you also can't throw people out of windows. So then it is just like, at some point you have to hand it over to, I'm an animator, so I should probably just do it. But you find the closest thing to that and make it work. But yeah, don't be afraid to get in front of the camera, because it is like the best thing. And also don't get in your head that it makes you a better animator if you don't use reference. Oh, I'll just animate it from my head because I'm like a wizard. No, because like if you draw, I want to say a slug, but a slug would be easy to draw. If you were going to draw a fish, if you drew that just from your head, it would look like a fish probably, but not super accurate. If you drew from an image of a fish, you would probably be able to tell what kind of fish that is, and that's the difference. So use reference is the main point. There's not really a preference. It depends on the animation. There was one
more?
We kept missing.
Okay, I will allow this one.
I feel bad otherwise.
Hi, wonderful talk. Really funny and super useful for our students that are here. and are applying for internships. This is scary. Ooh. While still at school. Ooh. Not really a junior, so not really paid. Ooh. Okay, so what are
I'm scared, I don't know.
Because I'm curious if you have some observations about the difference between being an intern and a junior. If not, do you have some recommendations, some tips, something that sprouts from your mind in the moment?
Well, I mean, to speak to internships as a whole, I would say don't beat yourself up if you don't get it, because it is a very competitive thing to get, very limited, and yeah, it's not like if you don't get it, you won't get a job. Whilst it's great, and we have interns. We've never had an animation intern so far, so stay tuned. But yeah, I wasn't an intern. I didn't have any work experience. I don't know why they hired me. But you know, it's not essential. It doesn't mean like it's the be all and end all. You can just enjoy your time at uni and then get a job afterwards. It is great, but I think, as I said, we haven't had an animation intern, so I don't know. But we would probably treat them the same way we would a junior. It would depend massively on what projects we have. We have a real variety of projects in ours. Some NDAs might not allow certain things, like certain people to work on certain things. But we would treat you like one of the team, and we would do everything we can to teach you how to animate and do some cool stuff. What I do want to do next, this is completely irrelevant, but my next career goal is to motion capture my dog. So, I mean, that'd be a cool thing for an intern. So, yeah, let's get an intern, if my boss is listening, and let's look at my dog. But yeah, we'll try and do some fun stuff. We have an accent suit in the office now, which is incredibly cool, and we'll probably throw them in that and just get them to like dance for us. But yeah, we'll be good for them. I can't even remember what the question was. You just said whatever I come up with, that was it. Okay.
Question myself before we wrap up, which was, so a lot of universities might not have motion capture facilities available for the students, but there's a lot of animators who are interested in getting into motion capture. Mm-hmm. So for those people, is there any recommendations you'd have for resources they could look at, or what can they do at this stage when they maybe don't have access to those facilities?
Well, I've seen a bunch of really cool phone things, and where it just analyzes your reference and turns it into something very similar to motion capture. So that could be an avenue to explore. Otherwise, come and join me to look at my dog. I'll take everybody. But I think you can get, Mixamo, and Unreal Engine probably have motion capture data. So grabbing anything that you can for free. The internet has so many things these days. Yeah, just doing what you can with that. You can now edit quite well motion capture in Maya, although I do really recommend Motion Builder if you can, because that is incredibly nice to work with motion capture data. So if you have any kind of familiarity with that software, that's beneficial. But yeah, it kind of is what it is. Like I said, like if you don't have it, it's not the end of the world. You'll probably get that experience when you join the industry. So yeah, it's just about having like a really cool showreel that makes us think, wow, they look like a cool person. I want to work with them. Yeah, brilliant. I hope that was
perfect
an answer.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Holly, for an excellent talk. Particularly grateful to Holly as well for just agreeing to join us last week when we did have a gap pop up in the programme. So we're extremely grateful to you, Holly. Thank you for saving the day. So now it's lunchtime. So there's going to be lunch available just in the space next door. So please do chatting to each other, network. I'm sure there's like, lots of people here that would be great contacts for you to sort of maintain through your careers. So enjoy lunch. Please be back for 1 o'clock for our next talk. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to Konsoll. My name is Dr. Satya Shuhorak, and I'll be your Halloweeny host for this panel. If you signed up for the Game Design Workshop, please note this takes place upstairs. Anyone? No? Okay, cool. We're good to roll. So, as you may have read in the description, this is going to be a bit of an introduction and a discussion around some of the challenges around funding and investment, because 2024 has been a tough year for game developers. Last year we saw 10,000 jobs lost. This year we're already up to 13,000, so it's been a really rough ride. We also saw the closure of some big studios like Volition, Ready at Dawn, Sony, Studio London. But now the lockdown boom has ended. We've endured mass layoffs, very difficult, and studio closures. Has the games industry almost reset? Is it ready for a recalibration? Newzoo recently reported that they were predicting 2.1% growth. So is this the early signs, the green shoots of sustainable growth in our games industry? Unfortunately, Kiva couldn't make it today. However, we do have a really great panel of guests, including Dan Thornstrom from Amplify Game Invest, Gina Jackson OBE from Pitchify, helping to connect devs to investors, and Des Gale, studio head at Altered Gene, with experience with publishing and fundraising to discuss these issues. So please give a warm welcome to our panelists for today. Okay, great. So we'll have a bit of a discussion, but if you have any burning questions, please save them up as we chat. It'd be great to leave some more time at the end. But just as a starter, let's say, Des, from your experience, what can an effective games publisher offer game developers, and what in your experience, are they looking for in particular?
So other than money, because obviously that's really important, the best thing they can do is just give you access to an audience. So when you're making your game, decide what audience you want to go after, and then make a list of publishers that have got experience publishing games that match those audiences, because that's the biggest value add. And then after that, it's just services, so localization, porting if you need it to different platforms, and then other sort of like publishing services like obviously marketing and sales, because that's key.
So they're not just a bag of money?
No. And I think if we go on to what they're looking for, anything and everything. I think we're seeing the rise now of niche publishers. They know how to target their audience, and if you like one particular game they've published, there's a good chance you're going to like the next one. I think that's so. A publisher will look for games that will help with that. And then trend-wise, I think, I don't like saying this, but it's games you can play forever. So, kind of like those roguelikes are games that you can spend 60, 100 hours in, and then have some sort of like DLC plan afterwards. And then, of course, live games, but I don't suggest anyone here does live games.
Right.
No.
And Dan, from your perspective, do you want to explain a little bit about your company and what investors like yourselves can provide to developers and what you are looking for in an interesting games company?
I think that there's usually a natural movement for a lot of developers. First time you might develop your own game, and then you want to take it to market yourself to try that thing out. Hopefully that works for you. Excellent. If that doesn't work, or if you want to reach out further, that's usually when a publisher comes in, usually I would say the second project, if not the first. Publishers focus primarily on your project and the project that you're coming there to pitch and support you through that process. It can be development finances, or I would say a lot of the other services, like marketing and helping you to get your game in front of as many people as possible. After that, I would say that a lot of studios maybe see the need that they want to grow, or they want a longer committed partner. Of course, if you have a successful game with a publisher, the publisher probably wants to work with you again. But where the investors come in is that, sure, we're going to look at your game, but we're primarily going to look at you as a team. and talk more about your future and where you see you wanting to take your company, not in one project, 2 projects, like 3 projects, and see like where is your grander vision, if you have one, to move forward. So and there's a lot of different investors. There are investors that might actually just fund or invest in your project. What we do is primarily that we invest in your company, which is that we become co-owners or fully own you, depending on like what you would like to do as well. So for us, it's making sure that we sit in the same boat as you, not only for a project, for a longer period of time. So it is first, investing in your company that's going to give you money. And then we also, like Amplify, what we always do is that we fund all of the development of all the games that you do. But we also, you always need money. That's the thing. If it's not a hobby project, or you can balance that with the day job and doing that, and you want to go full pro, it costs money to make games. That is just the truth of it. And an investor can see that in a longer horizon over multiple projects. So we have helped people start companies, build companies, help them get offices, making sure that their salaries are good so you don't have to eat noodles all the time, and try to create like a brighter future for you over time. But also Amplifier has a lot of in-house competence with people working 20, 30 years in the industry, everything from design to marketing to product and production and all of that as well. So Amplify maybe is a little bit of a different piece than your normal investor, because we're there being very, very active, working with you, sitting down and working with the game together with you, which maybe not all investors do.
So it sounds like there's different types of publishers. They may have different kind of, in-house styles, and there's different type of investors. But Gina, from your experience, are there other sources of funding for a studio or a game that games developers can look towards, or are there sources that maybe a lot of people overlook, and maybe we should be a bit more diverse in the way we look for funding?
Yeah, I think we go back to that point of you need money if you're going to do it professionally. So you can start off by looking at angel investment, so smaller amounts of money of people who are taking a huge risk on you, but they may see something in you or it's something in your product. Then there may be project funding through publishers, then there's bigger investment, but there's also grants along the way. Lots of governments offer grants, or lots of institutions offer grants. Often they don't touch your IP, and often they don't want to be paid back. So that's a really good way of setting up and starting up. But then there's other ways of getting project funding. And I'm really interested in exploring these. When we look at film and TV, these people are really good at hustling for money. And in games, we're a little bit lazy. We've been so lucky with the publishing funding that we've had in the past that we're like, well, I'll just go to one person for it all. And now things have got difficult. I think we need to look at pockets of money here and there. One of the areas that I'm slightly obsessed about is brands. Particularly in the UK, we're seeing brands investing in linear TV. So instead of advertising against linear TV, they're now commissioning their own shows to go on our national broadcasters. And this got me thinking, well, hang on, if they're looking particularly for the 18 to 24-year-old market that we know very well and we can address really well, where are they putting that marketing spend? And some of that's going into branded content on user-generated content platforms like Roblox or like Fortnite. I did some work with Dove a couple of years ago, and they did a project within Roblox which was about self-image, which is a very important thing for them. So I'm not talking about us doing product placement, I'm talking about doing games that fit in with a brand. But that money at the moment is going to advertising agencies. Wouldn't it be nice if that money came to game devs directly, and that we were able to develop something that can create empathy and experience and engage a different audience? So I'm keen that we look beyond the traditional methods of us finding investment.
Be more like Ryan Reynolds, looking for the next Wrexham FC.
If that works for you.
Right, possibly. So, it's great to talk about the distinctions, but there is an important one in investors, and maybe it's obvious, maybe it's not, but you will take equity in a company, you will take ownership to some degree. you know, I guess is there a loss of autonomy for the founders, or you know, are you happy to let them kind of run the company the way they have done so far?
Our companies are studios that we have invested in, even the ones that we have fully own on paper. They are their own studios. They are masters of their own creativity and, you know, their own organization and how they work in production. And I think that, so they're very autonomous, very much so. Then I think that we work really, you know, close to them as well, because we still have the same goal to make great game experiences and great products that sell. That's going to benefit them. That's going to benefit us. It's going to hopefully benefit everyone. So by us, we can't be there like a wet blanket and poke, no, do this, do this, do this, do this, because then they're not making their game, they're making our game. Yeah. But I think there's always a conversation that, hey, if you do this in your game right now, this is probably what's going to happen. That's going to move your game from the space that I know that you want to be in over here, and suddenly you're standing in the shadow of the Call of Duties or the Diablo, and you cannot be there. You need to move over here. So I think it's a very much coaching and advising and working together with them, which over the years, in the collaboration that we have as an investor with our studios, it's a lot about teaching and learning from each other, I would say, rather than just over a project. So I would say that we try to stay out of their business as much as we possibly can and try to put a positive spin on things where things can become even better. And if we see warning flags, then we will step in and have a conversation with them. But we never want to have a green light and then suddenly red flags all over the place. And like, this is crazy bananas. Like, we try to be there as close as we possibly can, instead of being an investor that puts money up in front and say, I'll see you in 5 years, and then I want a bazillion dollars, and then we're going to be a passive owner. That is not how we operate.
Right. But Des, I mean, you've worked in games for a long time. You've had a lot of experience in different positions and kind of relationships. What have been your different experiences working with publishers in terms of good and bad? Like, what makes for a good relationship with a publisher?
This is being recorded.
Yeah.
You don't have to name names.
It's the biggest thing is communication.
Both ways.
Oh yeah, both ways for sure. And yeah, kind of up to mirror what Dan was saying. If you've got a good publisher, like, you've already done the hard job of pitching to them, making them believe in you and the game, and they kind of leave you to your own devices. But like, if you start going towards a cliff, they'll just be like, hey, just come back around this way. That relationship's really good. And then obviously the services that they're providing, be around data or sales or marketing, like giving you those tools as well, so that if you want to do game 2, or if you, whether that's up to you or not, you've got the tools to do it. You don't have to go with them if you don't want to. That's the healthiest relationship. Bad ones usually start up front. Like, if you've got a dodgy's fine. Yeah, if you've got a dodgy contract up front, that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be in your favour. That's not the point of the contract. But if it's got punitive clauses in that aren't applicable to both of you, you're already off to a bad start. And that can just be anything like automatic sequel rights, the recoup being prohibitively expensive, and just for the record, 100% recoup is not bad. And then causes for termination. So the best one and the worst one is to terminate for convenience. It's great if you both have it, because things can happen. Like, I don't know, grandma might die and give you 2 million kroner and you can finish the game yourself. You want to be able to get out of that contract. That clause is bad when it only works for them, because they can just cut you loose whenever they want. So yeah, but I mean, I won't go to nightmare stories, but that's the general.
Maybe tonight.
But I think it's important saying that because I think that we're all trying to, and it's super important for you to understand. Like there needs to be fairness in the contracts. There needs to be fairness, and that's why we always say, like when we starting talking to a studio, saying, okay, we're very interested. Let's take this conversation one step further. It's like you need to get a lawyer. Like you need to get the lawyer, so you're not depending on our lawyers to tell you what's in the contract as well. And I think that is sometimes being overseen as like, yay, we're here with a publisher or an investor, and it's like we'll sign anything, and it doesn't work like that. So we always try to like, no, you need to get an independent, legal counsel as well to be able to look at the agreement and then let them fight it out in a sense.
For me, the most important clause to look at is milestone approval and deemed approved. That milestone approval process can go through a loop that can go on for over 12 months unless you have an end point, and that can kill you on cash flow, and no one ever looks at that clause. So I would say if you're going to look at anything, there's a lot of clauses to look at. Go to a good games lawyer, but that for me is always the problematic one. That's where things start to go wrong.
So sorry, did you want to?
Do you want to go into that? Like,
yeah, by all means.
Well, so the biggest thing, so milestones, you have to do a certain amount of work, a certain time frame, and deliver it at a certain point. The gap in the clause that always exists is there's no time limit on when they can approve it, and what you kind of want is at least 2 to 4 weeks. And also, if they don't approve it in that time, it's assumed that it is approved, because then that's how you end up in that 12-month cycle. I've had contracts that I've given out without that clause, and that just underlies the point that the contract is for the person that's giving it, and you really do need to interrogate it to just bring that balance to the middle.
And I guess just for like educational purposes as well, it's also in the contract when it comes to milestones, how are the payments scheduled? Because a classic structure from a publisher perspective, also me previously in my career working with publishers at studios, it is I deliver a milestone and I don't get paid for that milestone until it is approved, right? So
normally 30 days after it's been approved.
And you have to remember that as well, right? It's like they approve it and you go, yay, money, and it's like, no, they still have 30 days or whatever. So that's important as well. We work slightly different. We do not connect internal development milestones with costs. So we will continue paying it because we don't want these big ramps and we want to be able to continue working continually and paying out on a monthly basis to make sure that you have money to be good at all times. It also means that we don't get these huge spikes of saying, now we're going to look at your milestone and we have this very binary thing, which is fail or not fail, or conditional, which is even worse, which means that you partially pass the milestone, but we have some feedback. That feedback you will probably get then 30 days after you already delivered the milestone and you're working on the next milestone, and then suddenly they say for you to be able to get the money for the last milestone, not only do you have to do the work for the next milestone, you also need to fix the thing that you want us to fix to get the money from the last milestone. And then it becomes, this is like 300% workload, which is very hard. So we try to avoid that and instead making sure that we have continual conversations. So if we start getting worried, we want to catch that before it becomes a huge problem. On the other hand, we have a frame gate process which is longer. So we do it in phases. So we still have like the concept phase, the pre-production phase, and the full production phase. And we're very clear with what we are expecting at each of those gates. We're very upfront. Like all of our studios get questions that they need to be able to answer at the end of each gate in whatever way they choose. It can be a build, it can be a presentation, it might be design documentation, it might be an animation. So it's very clear that this is what we're expecting so that they also know it. And it's not primarily for a financial check, it is a quality check of the game and the product that you're working on. are you really ready to go into full production if you still have a lot of pre-production tasks or questions unanswered? I think that's the important part.
Well, yesterday we saw a great range of kind of games demos and some awesome development teams in Norway. I think we were all fairly impressed with some of the games coming out there. So, Gina, from your experience, as you sat there watching them, what would you envision would be the path to pitching? And, you know, what are the barriers or the kind of bottlenecks for them to reach that relationship of either publisher or investment, really?
I think it's up to each individual team to understand how they want to get the money to develop the game. And that's about the person that you are. So when I set up Pitchify, which is our online platform, I decided I didn't want to take investment because that's not going to work for me as an individual. I've had lots of bosses. I didn't want another one. But I think that piece, people often don't have that discussion with the founder group to understand the values of their organisation and how they want to grow and where they want to go to. And once you've decided that, then you work out what kind of funding you want. So it's not for me to tell them the best way of doing it. I can tell them the best way of looking for sales or how to find an audience, or there's this piece of funding here or that, but it has to come from the founders of the company on how they want to move forward. But there is lots of different pots of money, and it's really hard to communicate all of those pots of money together, and that's part of the reason I created a platform, so I can tell people en masse, by the way, there's this pot, you can go here, you can talk to this person, and we'll matchmake you to help you do that.
So based on, you know, that great show yesterday, if someone was willing and they'd spoken to the team, they had a clear vision of how they wanted to receive funding, what would you imagine would be a typical time frame for them to, you know, court publishers, court investors, have meetings and actually acquire that funding? And I mean, you mentioned your Pitchify platform. Do you want to elaborate a bit more on what that helps with that process?
Yes, so Pitchify asks 140 questions of a company before they put their profile up. You don't have to answer them all, but we will ask you from, have you considered HR? Have you got internal HR? Have you got external HR? Have you not thought about it at all? Which insurance policies have you got? Which middleware are you using? Is that under contract? Are your employees under contract? What are you doing about GDPR? Plus 100 other questions about the game. Because when someone's investing in you, they're investing in a business, not just a games producing machine. I've completely forgotten your question now.
Well, it was just about the time frame, I guess. You know, what was interesting.
Time frame is, at the moment, when we talk to a lot of the scouting partners, we've got 9 to 12 months to get investment. Right. So no one really cares about, well, you're eating noodles for 9 to 12 months before you get the investment. The purpose of our platform is to try and reduce that to 4 to 8 weeks, because there's so much delving through stuff that you've sent people over email that it's not till page 10 of the presentation that they realise that you're out of budget. We want to get rid of that wasteful time so that investors are searching for stuff that fits their needs rather than just searching for stuff that's sent to them.
So, Dan, you gave a really rosy kind of outlook for your experience, and hopefully it's a great investment company, but I think what I wanted to touch upon was that there is possibly a loss of autonomy, and Gina kind of mentioned that, and some people may be okay with that, some other people may not. Like Des and Gina, what have your experience been in terms of handling that change?
Oh, man.
Would you recommend giving away part of your company, or
it's not giving away?
Right.
We talk about this giving away part of your company. It's taking investment. You are selling a small piece of your company for money, and I think we have to remember that it's not. It's not something that you've got. You can't build it and you can't grow it unless you take in that investment. Those investors can put that money in the bank and earn 5%. So if they're putting it into you, they're looking for a return of at least 5%. And if they've got a portfolio, they're going to balance that up. And that's okay. That's the business they're in. And you're in the business of making games. And I think we need to change the language and the perception of taking investment. Right. It can massively help you scale your business and bring in really great talent to support what you're doing.
Well, Dan, coming back to you.
Sorry, Des.
Sorry, Des. What was your experience?
Yeah, so I think the key thing is investment. And the people with the money want to protect that investment. So it all scales. If they're giving you not a lot of money by their standards, the governance of that is going to be quite low and quite hands-off. If you ask them for 10 million, they're going to be asking you more questions, a couple more regular check-ins. And like Dan was saying earlier, like when the red flags start to pop up, like it's going to start with the questions, be like, hey, we think this is a problem. Can you sort it out, please? 3 months later, the problem's still there. It's like, okay, can you really sort it out? And if you don't, that's when we're going to step in and sort it out for you. And it just comes back down to that communication thing. Because like, you know, when you're on your project, something's going to shit. And if you've got a bad relationship and the communication's not great, you're going to try and hide it from them and try and sort it out yourself. And then it's just going to manifest again later anyway. And then that's when you're going to be in that whole world of pain. I haven't really, in my direct network, heard of anyone having their project taken away through that. I mean, there's been other things that have happened, but yeah, generally, you know, investors will go so far to try and protect it, and after that, and they don't want to press the red button because then the money's gone. They want to do everything they can to make sure that they're going to get that 5% or whatever they put in. So.
Well, is that a real amount? So Dan, as an investor, like what, do you have a target for how much you expect these game studios to return on that investment? And is it worth the game studios knowing that, or is that kind of going to make them anxious, or what?
They need to. I think that it's super important. I would just like to take a step back, if that's okay. Yeah, sure. I think that because I agree with you. Like I hear that a lot. Like I'm giving up my life. I'm giving this all up for free. And there is no logical sense in me trying to steal your company from you and to put you under this huge stone and just do as I tell you. Like it makes no sense, because then I can take that money and start my own company, right, where I have full control and I can hire exactly who I want to. We see it as we're investing in you. I want to help you. I want to help you and your team and your games to be more successful, right? It always starts with a conversation. Do you click with me? Do I click with you guys, right? That is the most important thing, right? To see, do we see a future together? Like, is there anything that I have that I can help you with? Can I teach you? Can I coach you? Can we help your organization with this? And would you be interested in doing it? And it is a partnership. It is an exchange. Because I think that's super important. Because it makes no sense. I know that a lot of people are saying, like, we will lose our company, and there might be bad apples out there that wants to do that. I see no, positive outcome of that for that. We want to sign good partnerships that are very long term. When it comes to the forecasting, or this is where we would like you to or ROI or get the money back to, right? Publishers have that, and so does investors. What we have, we of course want to have as much ROI as possible, because that would gain us and it would gain you. And then you have more money, and then you say, hey, I want to make a next game. And it's very hard for me to say no to that if you made a successful game and you have a lot of money in your own bank account, right? It's like, go do your game. I don't have to put more money in. You already have money if you want to do that. I'm still going to be here to work with you, but you're going to have a lot more autonomy there as well. We are looking about 3x, 3.5, 4x. That's kind of what we're looking for. And what that means is, if we put 5 million NOK in a game, we would like to see something like a return of that of 15 million NOK. Because 1x isn't good enough. Because if we put 5 million kroner in, and this is even if it's your money, right? If you put 5 million into your own company, you hire people, you spend that over a project, right? You need to get those 5 million back as soon as possible, and you won't get it day one. If you do, excellent, then you don't need to talk to us. Then you're off to a good start. But remember that you always want to give your employees like a salary raise, more comfort doing that, growing your company. If you want to grow your company, that costs more than those 5 million, So that means that you can't do an ROI of 1. You want to do more. But we're also not looking at like super runaway games where you get like 300x, like that just come out of nowhere and just do that. Like that is not our business model. We are not fortune tellers. We don't know that. So instead, we're trying to find an achievable target that is very, very clear together with our studios from the get-go. So already when we start working on a new game, we are already starting to positioning the game. Over here, do we believe that there's enough players, audience in that part of the market so we can get 15 million of this at a certain price point, and we can do some calculations that we're very upfront saying that, because we need to work together. So instead of having 100 different companies and giving every one of those 1 million Norwegian and see, I hope that 2 of these makes it really well, that pays off for all of that. We try to make it more that achievable for it.
And Des, in your experience, is that a similar kind of a model or expectation for publishers, or is it different?
Yeah, I mean, again, it scales with the investment. So, yeah, 3x is, I'd say, is about average. If we're putting in like 500,000 and down, like that pressure's not as prevalent. But yeah, the more money you put in, like you kind of want to make sure you get that. But the key thing, I will touch on something I said earlier about the 100% recoup not being bad. Because if I give you 10 million quid, that's not in my bank account, it's in yours, and then you've made the game and lived off that for however long it takes, and then, so if we won X, we've just got back to 0.
Yeah.
By which, but Gina said earlier, I might as well just put that in the bank, because I would have had like 105. So you at least want to double, because that makes your money back, gets you back to that 10 million back, and that makes you put in other games, and then once you go to like 2 or 3x, then you're talking about keeping your actual publishing house sustainable, because you've got salaries covered as well. Yeah.
It's also very uncommon for a studio too that we work with that, make a game, release the game, it's successful, and they say, next time we want to make a smaller game. They usually want to make a bigger game, a deeper, it's something that costs more. That's quite traditional to do that. So that also means that it's going to be it needs a bigger investment for round 2, so to speak.
It sounds like a lot of money from an individual kind of basis, but obviously for businesses, that's a much bigger scale. But I do wonder sometimes, or if anyone does wonder, where do publishers and investors get their money? Where is that coming from? Is that something that the developers ever need to be mindful of? We're in tumultuous times. Where are these investments being made?
It's the one question that developers never ask their investors, and they need to. You need, I think for a lot of reasons. I think for ethical reasons, you want to know where the money's coming from, if it's part of your value system, and where that money is. But also, who else is getting the money? How stable are they? Are they going to go under before you? So I think we didn't think about that in the past because they didn't. But times are very different now. And you need to work out. The relationship goes 2 ways, and for too long the power has been just with the investor and not with the developer. You're bringing stuff to the table, so it needs to be a really open discussion about what's going on. And I think often developers are too scared to ask a bunch of questions, and if they're with the right publisher, they just need to ask all of those questions.
What do you think, Dan? Are you happy to discuss where your funding comes from?
I agree. I mean, we're part of the Embracer Group, so we are on the stock market. So if we issue new shares, more people invest into that, and that can be, just normal people that can just buy one share, or it could be the Canadian pension fund or whatever. So I think that since we're publicly traded, it is very clear who is owning that, and also when more money has been taken into the organization, it's also very public and very clear about that. I think that also there are other investors, of course. So there's something called funds, and that's a different kind of investor. And usually, what they do is they start a fund where they're telling people to invest in them. Then that fund is open for 5 or 10 years. So what they're saying is, we are going to invest this money into a lot of different, for example, game companies. And in 10 years, we're going to close that fund and we're going to give the money back to you who invested in it, which means that there's a clear start and a clear end. And there's a lot of people that can invest in that. That could be 100 different people or companies that do that. But then it's very clear that by the end of those 10 years, that money needs to come back. And I think that is also why it's important to ask those questions. The investment firm that comes to you, are they representing a fund, which means that there's a stop somewhere, or is it something that is a continual thing like Embracer, which is on the stock market, which is more of a games as a service, like a live company. I think it's also important not only, I mean, that's very much up to you. Like, I wouldn't go to take a bank loan at a bank not understanding what, how stable is the bank, and also, is it ethical, morally? Well, I mean, that's very much up to you to find out. Should I go to this store to buy my clothes? Do I support what they stand for? I think it's a big question, and I think that everyone needs to take the time to ask questions and do their homework on it.
So, as I mentioned at the start, 2024 has been a tough year. 2023 was another tough year, and it feels like a complex situation. And from my point of view, I don't understand all the ins and outs of it. So, is anyone able to give a layman's or a dummy's guide for your interpretation of why the kind of funding and investment landscape has kind of really imploded over the last year? And do you see shoots of recovery? I will
try. I will try. I mean, just as a regular private person, what is inflation and what happens and why is everything more expensive? And I mean, it is very complex, right? The market industry is very hard to understand. But looking back, we had, unfortunately, we had the pandemic. Pandemic meant that a lot of people stayed at home, which was good. Good that people stayed home, but that also meant, like for our industry, that a lot of people wanted to have a little bit more of an escape. The gaming market kind of boomed at that time. There was a big sales increase. Then the gaming industry also started investing more, hiring more people. And I guess part of the problem there is if you're adding more costs at a time where you can make more money, it also means that you need to turn those costs into revenue over in the same kind of period. And I think what happened there is after the pandemic, we went down into a slope. And the world went like a little bit financially downhill, which meant that there was a lot of part of the gaming industry which had accrued a lot of costs during the pandemic, but the sales went down. Suddenly you're not making money anymore. You might be losing money. And that was, then the game industry had to correct for that. But at the same time, then we had a lot of different weird things happening around in the world, which changed the landscape of finances. A lot of investors, a lot of publishers also lend money to give you money. And so we sometimes talk about that money got more expensive. It was a krona before, now that krona actually costs 2 kroner. And that's hard to explain, but that is just how it works, which meant that it was more costly to invest. Not only to do new investments, because I think that's what the publishers and investors tried to do. They tried to stop investing just to make sure that the things that they're already committed to, that we didn't lose that we put that in risk. And that's why the signing of new projects kind of stopped. And I think that there is still, there's absolutely light in the tunnel. The thing is that it's such a big machine that takes a long time to kind of smoothen out again. I think a lot of, big part of the gaming industry is trying to cut costs to make sure that we can be there, for example, for you. So we can do more investments, which means trimming down organizations. It's about, unfortunately, canceling projects that the publishers and investors don't see to make those return of investments. And that's just the hard truth. Just like people have less money in their pocket feeling now, so we don't go and eat or go to events that cost more money now, we're saving that money and cutting back. But we're doing that so we can come back to a balance, so we get to grip with things. And I think that it takes longer than one would like to, but I absolutely do see light in tunnel, especially for us as well.
So this might be a controversial topic, let's say, but in terms of a way forward, in terms of increased productivity, with really rising budgets for these games, do any of you see AI being a tool that might help lower some of those development costs, marketing, operations, or is this possibly more of a legal risk that's kind of waiting to happen?
Just a little question.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it good? Is it
so
bad?
wide.
I don't know.
I don't think you can say it's good or it's bad because nobody knows. I think if we think that any of the big companies aren't using generative AI to develop ideas, assets, then we're fooling ourselves. These guys are all over this stuff, working out how to make it work and working out how to legally protect it. Often they're not using public data to put in it so that they know that they own the output, whereas the tools that we have access to, we don't know where they're taking the input from and therefore who owns that. So that becomes a lot more different. I'd love to see people making smaller games for smaller prices, knowing that they can make a bigger profit off the end of it. We don't have to do everything the same way that everyone's always done things. This is a time, the games industry is really good at working against difficult constraints and making different stuff. We have huge audiences around the world who don't play games a lot. We can explore those in different ways. I think we have to cut our cloth compared to the opportunities out there. And indies have opportunity to move super fast into, you were talking about niche publishing. I mean, a niche can be really big. And we kind of talk about niche like it's really small. It's just very specialist. And finding specialist areas and audiences that you can tap into, I think is really exciting.
I would also say that the question is so wide. And I think we need to separate the different parts there. I think how is the AI that you're using as a tool being trained? Is it trained on someone that didn't know that their artwork was something was trained for? That is, the legal part of it, right? Because I don't want to be sued. I don't want to be doing that. And I don't want to use people at all. If we move that discussion just to the side, because I think it's a very, very important question that needs to be discussed more. But if you remove that, and let's say that you have a generative AI model that you trained yourself with your own information to, for example, be able to create more game levels or whatever you use it for, right? Then that is the tool for you to be able to either build faster or build bigger. Then that's a tool. Like, some of you might create your own game engine, but most of you probably work in Unity or Unreal. That is a tool. Probably some engine programmers lost their jobs because of that. So I think there's a legality of it that is very important, but I think that as smaller developers, and I think most of you are here are smaller in organizations, you need to be able to do all of the you need to do more with less, right? And you need to be smart about it. And I think using tools like that can do it. If you can do auto testing, if you can do a lot of different things with it, I think that's great. Like if you own the rights and can do that. But still back to what you said as well, and we discussed this last night as well, is like trending, or not trending, I shouldn't say that word, that's a horrible word. Because we usually have said that before. If you're saying, hey, I'm going to change this trend, then you're already too late, right? That is already done. But what I mean is the indie market should focus on making very controlled, accessible, high-impact emotional game experiences. And there was Console Connect yesterday, and there were a few speakers there talking about games like everything from Unpacking to A Little to the Left, and there's plenty of those smaller games that didn't cost so much money to do, but are very, very successful that they don't probably have to talk to a publisher or investment for money in the future. But by doing that, that means that your budget is lower. It also means that you need to scope your game down, so you need to work within this area, which makes it a lot easier to work with, because you chose not to add monster trucks to your whatever game, your cute game, or cute casual game. Good, then we don't have to spend the money or time making monster trucks, because that doesn't fit the experience that we're trying to do. And I think that is what we see on the market now, that there is these very clear defined games that can be either played for a longer time, roguelikes or whatever, or games that can be played like they're 8 hours long, they're 5 hours long, and I can go back and replay them, and they're much easier to do than trying to create an open world 8-player multiplayer games on all platforms, and especially Switch or Switch 2, because I want to make a Nintendo game. I think then you're just adding complication on top of each other instead of let's just own this space.
I think for AI, for me, there's one thing that we're already using already. So when you're using the IDEs, when you're IntelliSense and stuff like that, it's already suggesting how you can already refactor your code and make your code more performant. So there are instances where if you look deep enough, it can speed up workflows and get you getting there quicker. But yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got a little bit of time left. Has anyone got any burning questions they want to ask our audience, our panel? Okay, we've got a mic. We'll just wait for a runner. So if we get a mic out to you and you just want to kind of say your name and ask your question.
Hello. Great discussion, by the way. My name is Roland. You mentioned earlier how movie makers are usually very good at hustling money from bits here and bits there. What are your opinions if you already have gathered a tiny investment somewhere? Is that then suddenly you're less eager to work with them? Or is it okay, this person already knows how to get money, we want also in on that?
Absolutely. I don't think there is any bad position you can be in if you've already raised some money. It shows that you've got tenacity, it shows that someone else has got faith in what you're doing, it shows that you're able to persuade someone else to give you money. So those are all good steps. So yeah, for me, it's definitely a positive thing. I might want to understand who has invested and a little bit more about them to see if they fit within my values, but that would be it.
For me, yeah, I don't really care about previous money. It's kind of like what you've done with it. So at the minute, or even for the past 5 years, it's super easy and accessible to start making video games now. So the amount of games being pitched is just a ridiculous amount. So with that prior investment, I would hope that you've got a really nice playable, which then puts you halfway up that ladder, right? Because a lot of people, they pitch with paper, which will not get you money today. But that's it. So if you said, oh yeah, you've already got 100 grand, cool, okay, what do you do with that 100 grand? How far are you? And I'd also look at the percentage of that 100 grand versus what you're asking me for, and then use that to evaluate the value of the game, right? So if you've got 100 grand and you want to make something for 10 million, I'd be like, well, you've gone that far then. Whereas if you only need another 200 from me, wow, okay, so I get a whole game and I only have to pay for 2/3 of it. That's great.
Just a quick stat, I think publishers are turning down between 300 to 500 games for every one they sign. So it's a lot. So you need to find out a way of standing out and de-risking and showing that you understand how you can deliver that game at the end.
Okay, anyone else? Two gentlemen front.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. I hope I'm not putting anybody under pressure with this question. There was a comment made earlier about maybe wishing that there was slightly more awareness that for both investors and devs that smaller games and smaller projects could be more viable in some ways. And I was wondering if anybody maybe had one or two examples of those kind of smaller projects that are success stories that kind of came out of nowhere and represent those smaller companies and smaller projects breaking out onto a bigger scene.
Yeah, Valheim, primarily by one person, right? Not as a, for a slightly longer period of time because he was doing it on the side to begin with. But of course, and then Kofstein Publishing signed with Iron Gate and Rickard, and they also built up their team a little bit longer. But I mean, that game, also Minecraft, one person. $14 billion a few years later. So they're absolutely that. But now we're talking these, right? But I would think like Minecraft is a very different thing. But absolutely. Also, maybe this is just me. And people also forget this. I think that if you would get an investment or you invest in your own money and you make a game that costs 4 million NOK to do, and you get 100 million back, that's pretty good. Also remember that there's a lot of pressure on you. It is not easy to be extremely successful, because maybe you just wanted to make the game and then move on to the next one, but it makes it impossible to move away from because you have a huge community, which of course you want, that wants more of it. But there are many game companies that have started very, very small and that have been very successful with small budgets, absolutely.
I mean, Kiva unfortunately couldn't be here today from Chucklefish, but I know they supported Stardew Valley for a long time. And I think that was primarily a single developer. Again, he was kind of tied to that game for a long time and kind of still is. But reaching out to Chucklefish, I guess, gave him some additional support in that kind of middle period.
Two games I worked on as a publisher were Shadows of Doubt and Core Keeper, both really small teams. Shadows of Doubt was mainly one person. So it's about, you may not have visibility of them, but they're making 2, 3, 4, 5x or 10x on the investment. And it's about de-risking things and doing it in a smaller way where it's much more achievable. I think it's fine.
Just to kind of like answer the question under that question, if you spend 50 grand and you don't do 3x, right? Like you only need to make 150 grand, and then that means your price point can be more reasonable, even though indie games are too cheap. So that puts the unit pressure like way down. But like if you then need to do 500,000 units, you're like, okay, well that's a lot of work. For you and the investors. So yeah, it's just that if you spend less, you need to make less, and everyone's happy.
And I also think that it's important to understand that if you have a project that is worth, or the budget or the investment is 5 million Norwegian kroner, and you have one over here that you actually done the investment in, and that is 50 million kroner, like the risk of losing 5 million here because we don't do any sales, okay, or we cancel it for whatever reason, like something happens, right? That is 5 million. The height of those 50 million project, if you cancel that's a long fall. So I think that there's a lot more scrutiny on higher budget investments or projects, because it might be similar risks, but the possibility, like the possibility of something goes wrong here is a lot further if it's like 50 million kroner or 500 million Norwegian kroner. Even though, of course, 3x on 5 million kroner is 15, 3x on 100 million Norwegian is 300 million, right? So of course, percentages or X we're talking about sometimes, I mean, a krona is still a krona, but it's all part of the risk analysis that we do. But I would also say this, having been in the industry for a long time and seeing how much, and I've been both on the AAA side and the indie side more, or AA side as well. You use whatever alphabet you want, right? But going into the industry 20 years ago and seeing what you can do today, faster, bigger, harder scooter, amazing looking things with the engine and technology, compared to what we could do back then, is like, it's a vast different. Something that would have cost us maybe 100 million Norwegian kroner back then, a team can probably do with 10 million kroner today. And I think that's very, very important to understand that as well. So there is a expectation from publishers and the paying game industry that you should be able to do things faster or make bigger or something like that. It is very, very few companies in the world that do have budgets over 100, 200 million Norwegian kroner, I would say. That's a tough thing.
Okay, so I think we've got time for one last question. So, gentlemen to your left.
Hey guys, my name is Nick. So I had the pleasure of presenting our project for you guys yesterday, and we're at sort of that stage where we're actually interested in trying to find the right publisher, right? But one of the things that I feel comfortable with is the actual, having the conversation with them. What I do feel really daunting is finding them. So how would you suggest I go about finding the publishers? Because obviously I understand that I can Google it, right? But I feel like there should, or maybe there are some smarter ways to go about finding these publishers.
So number one, I'm going to say register on the platform, pitchify.games, that's free, and they can find you. But also there are lists. There are lots of lists with huge amount of detail in them, where you can find them. A lot of publishers do webinars and different series where they tell you what they're looking for or who they are and how approachable they are. I think part of it, and this is going to sound really hard, you've just got to get over yourself and do it. And it's horrible because you are just putting yourself out there and being very vulnerable. But it's worth it. The results are absolutely worth it. They're just other human beings.
If you see me after, I'll send you the links. Like, it's super easy. Yeah.
But, Des is on our platform.
It's no brainer.
Okay, well, I think that's about time. So a big round of applause for our panelists. And
sorry, Des, am I allowed to say that?
You said it all week. It's fine.
We'll just take a moment to switch over and we'll move on to our next talk. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll just... Okay, so we're going to move straight on with the next talk as we just sort of clear the stage after the panel. So our next speaker is an industry veteran with a long and broad career in the industry. She was executive director of the IGDA for 5 years and is a consultant for many studios and publishers working on some major titles. We've come a long way from the 80s and 90s, back when I started in the industry, and games have become much more diverse and wider reaching. So the industry is becoming more increasingly aware of the importance of accurate and sensitive representation of real-world cultures. So here to discuss how we, as game creators, can avoid the sort of missteps that can stem from limited personal experience and preconceptions. So please welcome Kate Edwards.
Hi. All right. It's great to be back here in Bergen. For me, this is 9 years, to the day. It was Halloween in 2015 when I was last on this stage. So happy Halloween, or as those of us who cosplay, it's International Cosplay Day. So yeah, so welcome to this day. Usually last time I wore my cosplay on stage during my lecture, but I'm going to save it for this evening. So what I'm here to talk about today is culturalization related to the work I've been doing for many years. I'm a geographer that's been doing this culturalization work. This is my 31st year in video games, and I'll talk a little bit more about the context about why and what this work is. So basically, as I get into it, you know, any world that we make, anything you make, you know, of course, I'm going to show some examples of like very familiar ones like Assassin's Creed, but any world that you're conceiving of for your game, whether it's a massive game, very simple game, whatever you want to call it, whatever the platform is, I don't care. There is a world building process you go through. There's a certain kind of story you want to tell. And you could say like, well, not every game has a story. I beg to differ. I think even something as simple as Bejeweled Blitz has a type of story behind it. And so, so every world that we build, you know, we have worlds that are based in complete fantasy worlds, or worlds like this made in the far future, which starts to feel like a fantasy kind of world because it's, you know, we're just imagining things that don't exist yet. And of course, again, you know, distant futures where we have like a completely different universe around us. You know, and of course, real fantasy worlds where like everything in this world is made up. It's fictitious. It is inspired by things that we see in the real world. They're similar trees and water and all that kind of stuff and costumes and everything, but there are very conscious and deliberate decisions being made about how the culture in these games is being represented. You know, and so we have to think about every way that a game can represent culture, every artifact, every appearance of the characters, the environments in which they're in, the narrative that they also follow as well. You know, so basically in these 31 years, I've spent my time exploring this interaction between what is real, which is all the real geography outside these walls, and then what is represented, which is what we put in our games. How do we represent the reality in which our narratives take place? And then to me, the more important part is what is perceived. So how do our players and how does the general public perceive the worlds that we create and the intentions we have behind the world that we create? And like I said, you know, it's always a matter of perception. I'm from Los Angeles originally, but based in Seattle. And yes, that's not Los Angeles, that's Los Santos from Grand Theft Auto 5, which I think they did a phenomenal job of replicating Los Angeles. Besides games, another things I've been doing recently is I co-founded a company called Setjetters. I'm not here to talk about that, but the only reason I bring it up is because I was inspired to do it right here nearby in Finse. This is my last international trip before COVID to visit where they filmed The Empire Strikes Back. It was the 40th anniversary of the film back in 2020. And so yes, I went to what they call Han Solo Rock and got to recreate the scene. And so that became a whole nother, that's a passion I've been doing for decades, set jetting, and now I turned it into an app. So moving on, these are some of the titles I've worked on over the years. I just started working a couple weeks ago on my 288th game in these many years. And so we just finished up, you know, just Dragon Age Veilguard, by the way. Happy Dragon Age Day, because today is launch day. So I was very happy about that. Yay! I've worked on all the Dragon Age titles, and that was a really fun one to work on because it's been such a lapse in time. The one I'm doing very, very last second work on right now is Indiana Jones: The Great Circle, which has also been super fun to work on as a total indie geek. And at any given time, I typically work on 10 to 15 games because I'm working across many different companies. The Age of Empires, I worked on all the originals way back when, 25 years ago, and I'm still working on Age of Empires now, working on a lot of DLC that they make for 2, 3, and 4. Anyway, so what is culturalization? It's, to put it pretty simply, is that the game worlds that you're making, basically I look at those game worlds and I see how is the content in those worlds going to be compatible with the local worldviews from the different markets and cultures into which we want your game to be distributed. And so it's kind of like this gene splicing exercise where I'm trying to at all costs preserve your creative vision, because I don't want that to be disturbed, because it's your creative vision, it's your self-expression. And yet we also know that not everything we're going to put in our game might work everywhere in the world. And so that's why I help companies navigate. So I work in this zone of compatibility and incompatibility of content assets, in which I'm looking at all kinds of things in the game, and I have several examples to show in a minute. And I'm looking to see what's going to be compatible and incompatible. Most typically, as you'll see from the examples, it's very surgical. It's like one thing or just a couple of things that might be problematic. It's not like the entire game concept. Also, that has happened a couple of times in my career where we basically had to just take a step back, look at the game idea, and just said, no, this is not gonna last, because it had all kinds of problematic issues with it. So the way I approach this and approach culturalization in terms of world building is I look at it pretty simply. For most games, you've got a narrative, you've got a story, so you have goals. What story do I want to tell? And then you also have experience goals. What is the player's agency and role in that game and in that story? And what that gives you is what I call the realization goals, which is essentially how much world do you need to build in order to satisfy the narrative and the experience. And I look at it this way because I've worked on so many projects, many in AAA, but also a lot of indie stuff. I've worked on board games, card games, and other stuff. But a lot of AAA games, for example, that I've worked on, they overscope. They build out so much extra stuff, and they don't really need to, because it doesn't really, the stuff that they're building, all this extra stuff that they're spending a tremendous amount of money on, to me, in my assessment, doesn't really serve the direct narrative and experience goals. And yet they build it anyway. So when we're looking at real world games based in our reality, that's what I'm going to call it, RW. And we also have the fictional world games. So we have this dichotomy, but obviously it's not that black and white. We have all kinds of gray zone in between. Like I mentioned Grand Theft Auto, which to me is kind of right outside the real world. It's what I would call a hyper-real game, where it's like everyone knows what it is, but it's not that place. And a lot of games take this approach. And when they do that, it gives the creator agency to kind of mess around with the real world in a way that they might not want to do in a real place. But if they just fictionalize it and call it Los Santos, well, now you can kind of do whatever you want and make your own satire or commentary about Los Angeles without pissing off Los Angeles, if you care about that. Some people don't. But there's another dimension to it. It's not just about real world and fictional world. There's also the dimension of time. Games that take place in the far future, take place in the past. I took the liberty of assigning a quadrant for some of the famous game franchises as well as film franchises, like Star Trek and the Marvel Cinematic Universe and things like that. And you can argue, maybe I didn't get them right from your opinion. I just kind of put them where I felt they go. What I think is kind of fascinating is that pretty much for the most part, every single fantasy world that we've seen on screen, whether it's a TV or film screen or a game screen, is based on European medieval history. Whereas there are very few examples out there that are based on other histories from other cultures. I'll talk about Jade Empire a little bit further along here, which was not based on European history, but they all kind of go in that same quadrant. They're fictional and they take place in the past to a certain degree. Whereas like with sci-fi, of course, because it's science fiction, it assumes that the sci-fi is taking place in the real world, but in the far future. And sometimes, like the reason I put Dune kind of on the fictional side is because it is so far in the future and it's so fantastical that it almost feels like it has no relationship to our reality, even though we know it does, because that was Frank Herbert's intention. Whereas Foundation, the Isaac Asimov series, it explicitly talks about Earth. It talks about trying to find Earth. So to me, that kind of grounds it more on the real world side. But anyway, debating where they fit is not the point. The point is that you have to also think about the time dimension too, in terms of the overall context in which your game takes place. So there are different goals when we do cultural representation. Generally speaking, for a real-world game, our emphasis is on replication and making sure it's accurate, because you're replicating a real place. So, we spend a lot of time making sure that everything there is accurate. Like, it's one of the key things I did on the Indiana Jones game. I actually had archaeologists working with me to make sure that all the artifacts in the game are exactly accurate for this culture, for the archaeological sites are accurate, the hieroglyphs on the wall are accurate. I mean, everything that's in the game has been scrutinized by people with that expertise. Whereas in a fictional world, usually we kind of emphasize distinction and imagination. We want to see things we've never seen before and do things we've never done before. and also in the perception on the player side, and it's typically responds to this, is that people who play games in the real world, they want that realism. They want it to feel like this is a real place, I'm doing a real battle, or I'm doing a real conversation with somebody. So there's authenticity to it, you know, and again, that's kind of what we focus on several games, whereas in the fictional world, it's that escapism and discovery. And, you know, we've had tremendous examples of that. I mean, to me, personally, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have kind of revived Zelda in a way that's just so invigorated these ideas of escapism and discovery, being open world, and the way they designed it. So basically, anywhere you go in the world, you will find something of interest. You'll come across something that you can interact with. But let's talk a little bit about the real world first and some of the issues with real world games. So these are some of the issues, and don't worry, I will explain what each of these are, but the issues of augmentation, accuracy, interpretation, and appropriateness of using real world locations. So this is from Ninja Gaiden 2 that I worked on years ago. And what this is the Kremlin. This is the clock tower on the Kremlin because the makers of Ninja Gaiden wanted their world to be hyper-real. So they wanted people to know that, yes, this is Moscow, but it's not Moscow. And even though in the game it says you're going to go to Moscow, but then you go to Moscow and you're like, this doesn't look really the same as Moscow. So we made some augmentations to the clock tower. We did this all over the world. We had all kinds of structures, you know, very identifiable cultural structures, which we then changed a little bit so that it's like it's not quite the real world. It's kind of a multiverse reality. So like we added this exterior wall section. We add another level in here. So if you look at it, you say, well, that sure looks like the clock tower of the Kremlin, but it's not really. It's kind of a weird modified version. Generally, this is okay, but sometimes if you do this to a location that could be sacred, historically, you know, significant to a country or a culture, you could be really getting into trouble. You know, I guarantee you do not do this with the Eiffel Tower. The French will not appreciate it. So you just don't do it. You don't touch it. Accuracy is another thing we have to look at too, because again, like I said, that is one of the goals of real-world games, is to accurately reflect reality in some way. Well, I worked on a game, this was a Japanese-produced game in which it was a whole zombie-related narrative that I'm not going to go into. But anyway, they had a president of the United States in the game. And so this was the president of the United States in this narrative, and this person talked with a southern drawl. You know, to me, the moment I saw him and heard him, I'm like, well, that's Bill Clinton. I mean, it's pretty evident that it's Bill Clinton that they're mimicking. But the problem wasn't just that. It's okay, you know, whatever. You mimic Bill Clinton, so what? The problem is that this character, during the narrative, he actually says the phrase final solution, which if you don't know what that phrase is, that's related to Nazi Germany and the phrase that they used to basically label what their solution was for the Jewish people. So it's not a phrase you want to see repeated, especially putting it into the words of like the President of the United States, or of course, depending on what happens in my country in a few days, maybe it's appropriate, but I don't know. So I'll leave that for now. We can talk about that tonight. So, but anyway, we have to be really careful about that because it could be considered so similar that arguably Bill Clinton and his lawyers could say, you know what, you're blatantly copying me and you're making me say stuff that I would never want to say. So, you know, you have to be very careful with that accuracy. Interpretation is a very big issue with the real world, especially when you're dealing with other cultures. So this is a scenario from the very first Age of Empires that I worked on years ago. And we had a scenario where we had Japan over in blue on the right side. They invaded the Chosun Empire, Korea, during the Middle Ages, and they almost took it over. So the developer said, this is a great scenario to put into the game because you're going to play as the Chosun trying to stop this massive Japanese invasion. So they said, let's put it in the game. So we put it in the game, and the game came out in South Korea. The first day, the Korean government banned the game. And the reason they banned the game is because they said this never happened. And we're like, what do you mean? And like, their history books do not record that the Japanese ever had a massive invasion of the Chosun Empire. They basically kind of deny that actually happened, even though all the history books outside of Korea are pretty clear that Japan during that time period had a huge, invasion force. And so basically we had to stop and think, so what are we going to do? This is when Microsoft is trying to grow its games vertical. It's pre-Xbox. The Xbox was kind of in the background at this point. But we were pushing PC games. We knew South Korea from market research is a huge gaming market. Real-time strategy games in particular, like Age of Empires, like StarCraft, are super popular there. So we said, we have no choice. We have to release this game in Korea. So how do we do it? Well, we had to change history for the Korean market. So we created a patch only for Korean players that now has the Koreans invading Japan, which to our knowledge never happened. So we, as you could imagine, though, this created a big debate among the team members about the nature of truth and the ethics of doing this. Some people were saying, we're serving up government propaganda. It's like, you're right. You're right to say that because we are, and you need to call that out. And so you as a team then have to think, do we want to do this? Well, of course, in this case, it's Microsoft. So they've got not only the game they want to preserve, they got to preserve Windows and Office and all their other businesses in Korea. So they're like, yes, we're going to do this. And this is a business decision to do this. And I did have to remind them, though, a few years earlier when I worked on Encarta Encyclopedia, which was my first job at Microsoft as a cartographer, is that the encyclopedia had different heights from Mont Blanc on the Italian-French border because at the time the governments did not agree on the height of the mountain by a few centimeters. And so because it's an educational resource, the encyclopedia had to conform to the resource in each country, which had different heights. So we had different facts in the encyclopedia, not just the mountain, but a lot of other things too. This is just a more blatant example of that same practice, but it's still a practice. And Microsoft, of course, is absolutely not alone in this. Many, many companies have had to do this. Appropriateness is also a very key issue. So like in Hitman 2, where they took the main action of the game into the Golden Temple in Amritsar, India, which is the center of the Sikh faith, and they had the main character killing Sikhs inside their most sacred place. And that got a lot of backlash from the Sikh community because they're just like, as often happens, that cultural group says, why us? Why are you picking on us? What did we ever do to you to deserve this kind of treatment? So we have to be really careful about the real-world sites that we select. And this has happened in so many games, like Resistance Fall of Man. The Church of England wanted to ban it because the Manchester Cathedral inside, which was replicated in the game, got partially destroyed during the battle in that game. And the church is like, nope, our structures don't get destroyed. So they actually created what they call sacred digital guidelines that you have to follow if you're going to replicate a Church of England structure in a game or a film. So let's switch to fictional worlds. So what's the deal with fictional worlds? So we have issues there too that are more unique to fictional worlds, such as emulation and generalization, cultural evidence, and then of course the main point of this talk, allegorical dissonance, which again, I'll explain all this. So emulation is where we're basically emulating something that's real, but we're going to make it a fictional object. And this happens all the time. Every fantasy game I've ever worked on, or not just fantasy, but fictional world, I should say, there's always emulation. And that's because all of our creative energies are built on two key things. Not only our own imagination, but an imagination that is informed by our real-world experience. And our life experience and everything that we what we do in our life influences our creative process. And so that is, we emulate things because we usually have like a little kernel of starting point, might be something that we saw somewhere around the world or in our travels or experiences, but then we build on it and our imagination transforms it into something else. Well, in this case, the original elephant demon that was being portrayed in the game, so it's an evil character that's trying to kill you, looked like the god Ganesha from the Hindu faith. And Ganesha is a very benevolent god in Hinduism. Ganesha is not the kind of deity that is evil and that's going to attack you and do that kind of stuff. So we had to basically make sure that this version, because they were not willing to just throw out the elephant. They said, well, we want an elephant. And I'll explain later in this talk why. But so we basically, originally it had 4 arms. We took off one set of the arms. And it used to have more ornate headdress and everything, but we also kind of backed off that. So now it's just kind of sort of a generic elephant, so to speak. And it didn't emulate Ganesha so closely. Also, generalization is another issue that could be a big problem, where we might look at things out there in the world and generalize and say, well, that culture's, whatever this culture's object is, it's kind of the same as this one, so they're just like the same thing, right? So in this MOBA, in Smite, which I'm sure many people know of, this is a battle of different pantheons of gods. So you've got the Norse gods, you've got the Egyptian gods, ancient Egyptian, you've got the Greek gods. And those three groups are still worshipped by some people around the world, but not very many people, just very small groups. Whereas then they decided to take different deities from the Hindu faith, which is worshipped by 1.2 billion people, and said, let's throw that in the game too. And of course, that generated a lot of backlash from people from that faith, because like, again, why? Why are you taking our active faith and throwing it into this way in a manner that is inappropriate? Although some of my friends who practice Hinduism they're like, it's funny, I'm fine with it. Although I I thought it was funny that the game solicited many memes and feedback, like, why don't you just get over with and throw in Jesus, Muhammad, and Moses and just make it a religious warfare game, which I'm really happy they did not do that. But so we have to be very careful about how we view these different things. It's like one thing doesn't automatically equal another. Just because that's a pantheon of gods and so is that doesn't mean they're equal, so to speak, in terms of how people react. Cultural evidence is a very important point, which I'm going to re-emphasize again later. So this was a game called Pocket God, if you haven't heard of it. And it got a lot of backlash right away for two reasons. One is because of the representation of the indigenous people, which is very outdated. It has like a top knot, little grass skirt, and pointy little teeth. So a lot of people, especially Polynesian groups, were not happy about this depiction. But the other thing that got people pissed off was this object over on the side of the island. But why pissed off? Because what's happening? They're just kind of mulling around on this island and fishing. Well, it's because the whole point of the game is to kill them in creative ways. So you tap on the volcano and make it explode, so the lava kills them. You can dangle them over the water and a shark will eat them. You can flick them in the sky and then watch their bodies bounce off clouds and go splat on the ground. So there were a lot of different things. There was an anthill behind there. If you tap on the anthill, the ants come out and they devour them. Then there's just like little skeletons left over. So basically, you just find creative ways to kill them. That's the whole point of the game. And so one particular group out of the Polynesian groups was really particularly upset because that cultural evidence, that object on the right side of the island, I'm sure many of you are recognizing already, that is a moai. And the moai exists in one place on Earth, on Easter Island. And by using that one artifact, you've instantly made this game about a specific culture because that object only exists on one place on Earth. And that's why in a later version of the game, they actually swapped it out for their own idol thing. It wasn't a moai anymore. Unfortunately, they did not address any of the concerns that were being raised about the indigenous representation. But we have to be very careful about that kind of thing. It was just one decision. Oh, we'll just throw that object in there because everyone knows what that is. But that's from, you're not from there, so that's not your experience. There are shared issues that happen between the real world and fictional world. One thing that I call logical consistency. So that's whether or not every single thing that you make for your game is supposed to be there. Does it fit the narrative? Does it fit the experience? Is there a reason for it to be there? I've worked on a lot of games where they just randomly throw stuff in the environment, like a fantasy world that uses a crucifix as a grave marker. Why? There's no Christianity in that fantasy world, so why would there be a crucifix as a grave marker? Not to mention the fact that a crucifix is not even universal in our world as a grave marker from culture to culture. Managing non-linguistic assets can be tricky. Localization teams that do translation, they've got all kinds of amazing tools today that can manage the text translations between the versions. But managing the visual assets can be a little bit trickier. And you have to basically have a process in place. Also, product versioning by language locale. So like the example I gave of Age of Empires, if you're going to swap out for that one particular battle, you're going to swap it out for Korea, you might be making other changes for other markets too. So how are you going to keep track of that and make sure that if you do like an update on the game, that everything is going to be like the correct markets receiving the correct kind of content? Because if that gets messed up, which I've seen it happen a couple times, that's a nightmare. You don't want to deal with angry governments. So, and also the discoverability issues is really important because not everything that I see when I'm working on a game, most players are not going to see it, or some players, I mean, nobody might see it. Like on Rise of the Tomb Raider, in one of the last levels, which was like the big Byzantine temple that was under the glacier. If you played the game, there were somebody put some symbols on like the back side of the tower that were like occultic symbols that I'm just like, why? I mean, so one of the artists just threw that in there, and I guess they felt because nobody's ever going to see it. Well, the only reason I saw it because I was given God mode, so I'm flying around as Laura like this through the environment, and I'm taking pictures of everything. But who knows? Maybe in the future they're going to do some DLC, and maybe they're going to open up that asset, and you can actually climb on the back of it, and now you might have a potential problem. So we have to be really careful about that. So let's shift a bit then and talk about allegory, because kind of what I've been alluding to with a lot of examples is the fact that we use things in our games, whether it's narrative or character or environment or objects or other things, to have a meaning. Those objects and the characters carry meaning, whether it's something deep that we want to convey to the player or it's something just lighthearted within the game environment. But a fictional narrative, basically I say narrative, but it could be a visual element as well. That conveys a non-obvious meaning. So it basically at least has a double meaning that you're aiming for. And this meaning can exist on many different levels. It's basically how they're going to interpret it. And there's a lot of good examples of this, but we'll talk more about it. Now, if you've never seen the original Star Trek, which is now 60 years ago, almost 60 years ago, or the original Twilight Zone show, I highly recommend you find these shows. I'm sure a lot of them are on YouTube or wherever. The reason I call these out is because these shows were masters of allegory. And the reason is because back in the 1960s on US television and a lot of television systems around the world, you could not talk openly about racism. You could not talk openly about sexism. You couldn't talk openly about the Cold War and communism and all this other stuff that were hot topics of the day. These shows were very popular on US TV right in the middle of the huge racial struggles that the US was going through. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of that was happening just as these shows were on the air. And so here comes Gene Roddenberry showing not only this incredible multicultural crew, multiracial crew, multi-gender crew, which was just kind of stunning for the time period. So it was his way of kind of saying, well, hey, we can do better in the midst of all the cultural, societal strife. But they had to use allegory in these episodes in order to basically convey the important issues of the time without actually talking about it. So, for example, in Star Trek, they had some episodes that talked about blind patriotism and the dangers of just being, following a document without thinking about it and just doing what it says without any thought whatsoever. And even though they inherited that document, they had shows about racism, and their way of conveying the dialogue about racism was having two characters who are black and white on the, quote, wrong side of the face. That's why they were so against each other, is because one was black on the wrong side of the face. It's very clear an allegory for the racial tension that was happening during the time. You had shows that were talking about the futility of weapons of mass destruction and about the Cold War and about nuclear buildup. And this whole show was about that, how kind of cold and calculated that can become. And even Next Generation carried on that tradition, where they won several awards for some of their episodes, like this one where they put Data on trial about whether or not he has a will. This whole show was basically about the ethics of slavery, and the moral responsibility we have around the issue of slavery. And so, they dive deep. This is not the kind of thing you would expect, but then science fiction, that's one of the reasons I think a lot of us embrace it, because we love the fact that it does that. So what is allegorical distance then? So what this is essentially the amount of effort required by a player to essentially discern that real-world inspiration from the intended in-game implementation. So what I mean by that is, like, let's say you have something you want to put in the game that might represent an allegorical idea that you're trying to convey in the game, whether it's like this, and it could be anything, simple or complex. So it could be like, this particular culture in my game represents it's kind of inspired by this culture in the real world. I see that all the time in different games. Like every fictional world I've ever worked on that has a desert environment, what do you think they look like? They look like Bedouin from the Arabian Peninsula. That's how they dress them. That's how they they start with that, and then they try and evolve the look from there to make it something different. But oftentimes, in my view, they don't really do it enough. They don't evolve it enough. So that's really what we're looking at. So we have the real world inspiration for your creation. We have the game world implementation, and that allegorical distance is what we do in between. You know, how much distance do we put between these things? And there's cases where it's short distance, where usually it means you intend for that meaning to be seen, or there's long distance where you don't intend, or maybe it's even an accident. So like I already mentioned Grand Theft Auto, this is very intentional. This is short allegorical distance. They absolutely want you to know that this is Los Angeles. They don't care that you know that it's Los Angeles. But like I said before, the fact that they have such a short distance and they kind of took one little step out of reality gives them full license to do all kinds of things with the environment of LA that they may not want to do with the actual real location. And that's great. It's the same reason why, for example, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or not just the cinematic universe, but Marvel Comics and everything, that's why they create Wakanda, and it's why they create Sokovia and these fake countries, because then it's like, who in Sokovia is going to get upset about their depiction in the film? Nobody. I mean, there is no Sokovia. I mean, yes, but what is it doing? It's emulating an Eastern European culture in a very pretty close way. So, medium distance or moderate distance, allegorical distance, Dragon Age is a great example of that. So from the very inception of this series, the Dalish elves, who are a particular race that appears in this game, they were intended as an allegory for immigration. They were expressly intentional that we are going to use the elves as an example of how the U.S. treats its immigrants, especially immigrants coming from Latin America into the United States. That was the intention of the team at the time. And so what they did, and I thought it was fairly brilliant, is the fact that they took the elves, which typically in most fantasy, like Tolkien and others, elevate the elves to being like these godlike, immortal beings who are near perfect, and they took them and made them essentially the untouchable caste of this world. So people don't want to be around them, they're annoyed by them, they kind of shoo them away, you know, and yet these people, what are they doing? They're trying to recover their homeland. They're trying to basically get back to where they want to be and reestablish themselves as a culture and a people. And so they're really kind of cast outs in the society. And a lot of players did pick up on this, but a lot of people didn't, because they're just like, whatever, you know, that's what happens in this world. They don't like these elves. But there were people, I remember seeing commentaries back after the first Dragon Age release, people were saying, I see something here. And of course, a lot of people who picked up on initially were people who have had an immigrant background, whether their parents were immigrants or they themselves have experienced the immigrant journey, especially if they crossed over from Latin America into the U.S. They're very familiar with what this feels like, to be kind of treated like the other, so to speak. So this was intentional, but it was also done in a way that they didn't want to be too heavy-handed about it. So that's why they kind of couched it in additional lore, because they don't just want everyone to just say, oh yeah, that's the whole thing about immigration. They don't want to distract players from the actual fictional narrative of the world. And then we also have the long distance, or the large distance for allegorical distance, where this is something that gets a lot harder to discern. And in this case, it was completely unintentional. There was no allegory intended. So that can happen as well, which is also a warning. Sometimes the pieces will come together in our creative design that might create an allegory that you never intended to create. And that also could be a potential problem. So when I worked on the Halo games, we had in Halo 2, a scenario that came up with this character who, if you've played this series, this is the Arbiter character. Now, if you have not played Halo, I have to set up super quick. You've got this alien group called the Covenant, kind of a mix of alien races. They're led by 3 prophets. They're all called prophets. So you have 3 prophets running the Covenant. The Covenant is a quasi-religious group, and they want to initiate what they call the Great Journey. And how do they initiate the Great Journey, which is kind of their religious path? They activate these ancient artifacts called Halo rings, and when you activate them, they kill all sentient life in the galaxy. So it's a weapons of mass destruction that this quasi-religious group is going to activate, run by 3 prophets. And one of the prophets is called the prophet of truth, which is an often used synonym for Muhammad. But I let that one go. I said you could defensively say that phrase could be used for any religious figure across many religions. So that doesn't concern me. But what does concern me is that this character's original name was Dervish. And Dervish is a title directly from Sufi Islam, in the same way that Pope is directly from Roman Catholicism. So now imagine you've got the dervish serving the prophet of truth, helping them activate these weapons of mass destruction, which is going to destroy all sentient life. And who's trying to stop them? An American voice super soldier named Master Chief. It gets better. Not only that, but this is the first major title we're releasing after 9/11. So what I did, because it's my job to be paranoid, I saw the potential allegory here, and I flagged it, and I sent it to my colleagues, because I was still at Microsoft at the time, sent it to my colleagues in the Middle East. I didn't set it up for them. I just said, look at this. Just read it, and let me know if you have any feedback. And I had more than half of them came back very quickly and said, I basically see a revenge fantasy of the United States against Islam for 9/11. Thank you, that's what I'm looking for. And that's exactly what we do not want to put in what would be, I think it was, the largest title of the year in games in general, not just for Microsoft. So that's very dangerous. You do not want to send that message. That is not what we want to send out. So what I basically argued at the time and eventually succeeded, is that we changed Dervish to Arbiter, which I thought was a much better name anyway for the role this character plays in the narrative. So yeah, basically I felt the way that we create allegorical distance is cut that one link that is specific to Islam, the Dervish part, cut that out, and that instantly kind of increases the distance of perception whether or not somebody's going to see it or not. So there are some key challenges in allegorical design. One is what is obviously cultural appropriation, which you probably hear a lot about today, and then also cultural equivalency, as I call it. So cultural appropriation, of course, is when you have a dominant group that is using elements from a non-dominant culture in a way that is really not considered appropriate in context. So they're leveraging this in just kind of like, oh, that's cool, I'm going to use it. That's cool too, I'm going to use it. Even though to that particular group, it's very significant to their culture, they don't want you to use it out of context. Now today, the great majority of cultural appropriation I deal with in games tends to be from indigenous groups. You see a lot of groups today because let's face it, a lot of indigenous groups have phenomenal designs, phenomenal deep culture that really has not been represented well in games since the beginning of games. And so people are finding more and more that there are so much visual, kind of this whole new visual approach that they can find by looking at indigenous cultures that they get really excited about that, like, oh, that design is so cool, I'm going to use it. But there's a huge danger in that, of course. I've seen a lot of characters, excuse me, which are using designs that are really not intended for those characters, like the Caucasian characters wearing things that typically a Native American would wear. For example, I mean, you don't see their full costume, but if you saw them in full, they basically look just white people dressing up as Native Americans and walking around pretending to be. One of the key cultures that is leveraged today a lot are the Maori in New Zealand. So like this character in the middle, and also here using Maori tattoos on the forearm, which is very prevalent in their culture, but that's not intended for non-Maori people. In the same way that the tomoko, which is the facial tattoo that a lot of Maori wear, that's very, very specific to them, and it's also that specific design, it's not generic. For example, I worked with a team recently where they had a Maori character in the game, which is great, that's great representation, and they put a tomoko on her, but the design was just, it wasn't right. Because how did I know? Because I contact my Maori contacts and ask them and say, what do you think? Do you think this is accurate? They're like, well, first of all, that's amazing that we're in the game. But second, no, that's not right. And so, because especially they said for women, the tomoko is very specifically related to their life journey. And so there has to be like a whole backstory behind the design. And so what was cool though is that my Maori contact said one of my cousins is a tomoko artist. So if you give me the fictional backstory of this character, he will actually create a tomoko that is accurate to this particular character, which is super cool. So, so there, you can do that, and that would be one way to solve it. So, but over and over, we have examples like Eloy got a lot of backlash in the original game because the designs that she's wearing are, some of these designs are very similar to native tribes in North America. And so some of those tribal groups are just like, hey, you can make an indigenous looking design, but you don't take ours. Don't just use our designs. And some people were upset. It's like, well, she's not even indigenous. Look at her. She's Caucasian. But I'm like, yeah, but you also have the Sami people. Sami are Caucasian and they are indigenous. So that's a difficult distinction to make. You have to be sensitive to the fact that it's like just because their skin is a different color doesn't instantly make them indigenous or not. You have to look at what their cultural origin is. And of course, even Doom got some backlash for cultural appropriation. There are people saying, no, this is wrong. There wasn't enough Middle Eastern representation in the movie. A lot of the words that they use are based on Arabic, but that was the point. If you read the books, the Fremen language, Chakobsa, is roughly kind of a far future version of Arabic and other languages from that region that's, of course, transplanted to another planet. And yeah, a lot of their outfits, the way that they speak, there's a lot of things in here that really emulates modern day Islamic culture in many ways. And they actually goofed a couple times in the films where they actually had some Islamic designs that were very blatant in a couple of parts that they really should have sidestepped and avoid. But it's just interesting, it can happen in all kinds of contexts, even in something that's supposed to take place 10,000 years in the future. So it's kind of like, well, how do you know it's cultural appropriation? Because do you know what it's going to be like in 10,000 years? I don't know. So we also have to distinguish too between appropriation and appreciation, because there's nothing wrong with cultural appreciation. So when, of course, like I mentioned, appropriation is where you're dishonoring the culture, or you're misrepresenting it in some way, or using it out of context in a way that's inappropriate. But you can do appreciation where you're honoring and elevating that culture in a way that's very respectful. And there are some good examples of that. You're empowering that culture's presence in the game that you're making, even if you are not from that culture. But that difference, it is subtle, for sure, and it's not just like a clear black and white, like that's appropriation, that's appreciation, because ultimately, who judges that? The culture does, not you. It's the culture you're representing. They're the ones who will make that call for you, and that's why you have to seek guidance from these cultural groups if you're going to represent them in the game. It's really that simple, and that's the thing that happens. And the interesting thing that I find, because I deal with so many cultural appropriation cases in my work, is that I'm not generalizing, is I would say, well, I'm a little bit, but basically 80%, I would say, of all the cultural appropriation complaints I hear is from white people in the United States. That's where it's coming from. Because what I do is then my job is I reach out to the groups being represented and I say, hey, we have this issue, what do you think? And I would say 90% of the time, the very first reaction is, oh my God, we're in the game, that's awesome. We're completely forgotten. But it's always followed by a but they could have done better, but they didn't get it right. But we're in the game, so why didn't they ask us? All they had to do was ask us, and that's usually the response. Why not just ask us, and we will help? And we will help make sure it's correct. So it's interesting, and the problem is that as I see so many people doing that, like in the US, and it's like I said, it's not only the US, but when you speak up, I understand the desire to speak up on behalf of that culture, but at the same time, you're basically demonstrating white saviorism, which in some ways is even worse. And white saviorism is one of the foundations of colonialism, over the last few centuries. So I'm just like, why don't you just notify the people you know from that culture and say, hey, you may want to speak up about this. That's one way to do it. Anyway, cultural appreciation is a completely possible thing to do with a lot of thought. I worked on the Temple Run games where we did this, where they were getting a lot of interest in seeing players increase in Mexico. So they said, why don't we do a special skin for Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead holiday, and we'll do it only for the Mexico market, and let's see what happens. So we did. We culturalized the characters, appropriate ethnicity, appropriate clothing for the holiday. We added elements in the game that represent the Day of the Dead holiday. And so this game was released around the time of the holiday, and the sales shot through the roof. Because in Mexico, people are like, oh my gosh, this is so cool, because they see us. They're recognizing us in this way. And so we did another one for the Holi holiday, the Festival of Colors in India, that also saw a lot of success like that. And a lot of games I work on, they have seasons where they have Lunar New Year represented, they've got winter holidays and stuff like that, because we want to recognize the special cultural traits of these different places and times. Never Alone, I did a little bit of consulting on this as well. This to me is one of the most perfect examples of how you do it correctly. So this whole game is about the Inuit culture in northern Canada, and every single thing that was done in this game was done with the approval of the tribal group. Everything, the representation of their language, the character design, the environments, the narrative, everything. And so the team, the technical team, which some of which were based in Seattle, they felt that we're stewards of their culture. So we're helping them, we're enabling them to elevate their culture. So we're basically just serving them and what they want to do. And I'm really glad to see that they're making a second game. It won't be in this culture, it's going to be in a different culture. But it's great. I mean, this is doing appreciation really well. The last thing I want to mention, though, is what I call cultural equivalency. So this is where we tend to indiscriminately start combining things from different cultures, just kind of putting them all together, saying, hey, we're just going to throw this together and kind of, because why not? They're all the same, right? They're all just that culture and this culture. We'll just kind of mix it in a big pot. But we have to be really careful about this, because in some parts of the world, it can be very tricky to mix the cultures. So when I worked on Jade Empire, which was my first BioWare game 20 years ago, we had this very problem, because as I mentioned earlier, this game, its whole intention was to make a medieval fantasy game based on Asian culture, not European culture. And so that was going to be quite a departure. So, how are we going to go about doing that? And what the decision was early on is that these 4 countries, Japan, Korea, China, and India, would be the inspiration for the designs. And the creative direction of the game would be based on the cultures of these countries. But these cultures are very different. Even China, Japan, and Korea are very different cultures. Sure, there are some elements that are similar, but for them, they are very different as well. And so the initial designs I saw when they were doing concept art and everything was just sort of taking chunks of Chinese and Korean and Japanese culture, a little bit of Indian culture, mixing it in a big bowl, putting a little, and put it in a KitchenAid and then pour it on the table, saying, look, it's some different culture. It's like, no, but you've basically taken things that are very important to those different cultures and basically, you know what, it's just all the same stuff. We'll just mix it together, throw it out there in the environment. So we made a more conscious decision, how about we can have a fantasy world, but how about some parts of the fantasy world are more Korean-like, some are more Japan-like, some are more China-like, some are more India-like, rather than just kind of assume that it's just going to be all mixed up in the same thing. And that was one of the decisions that had to be made. The other thing that had to be made was about the language in the game, because they wanted early on to say we want to have an Asian language being spoken in the game. Which one are you going to choose? I mean, forget India, because there's hundreds of languages there. So, there's many languages all over, but they said we're not going to do an Indian language. So of course they were leaning to Chinese. It's well, I can tell you right now, Japan and Korea will not appreciate that at all. Because one thing, dealing with cultural equivalency, especially between Japan, Korea, and China, you have to understand the cultural, political, geopolitical, historical tension between those three countries for all kinds of reasons. Stretches back millennia, not just World War II and what Japan did in the region, not just now what China's doing in the region. It's really complicated, and you don't want to step into that mess of, kind of getting caught between the different perceptions between these different groups. So you have to be super careful about this. So what we ended up doing is we hired a linguist and basically created a fake language called Thofan. And so Thofan has the tonal quality sounds Asian, although it wasn't. I think, if I remember right, I thought a huge chunk of it, at least the basis for the language, was Navajo from North America. And then the linguist kind of added other pieces to it to make it sound more as if it was an Asian language. But that's basically was one way to say we're going to step back. We're not going to pick one language, real world language. We're just going to make a fake one and then move on. So to close here, just to summarize this whole process. You have an idea for a world. You've got a concept. So you have the real-world inspiration that's churning around in your head, or maybe on paper, whatever. You also have your imagination, of course, which is heavily driving this whole process. So you're going to start the core world-building process, and this is when culturalization starts. Because like when I start on a game project, I'm usually there on day one. I'm reading the rough script, looking at the concept art, because I can help guide them right early on things that may be good or bad, or might be a problem in this place or not that place. And early on, you can make really easy corrections without much expense at all. This is when you also start thinking about allegorical distance. Do we have any meaning that we're trying to convey? And usually there is something, if it's in the narrative or the design or something. And remember, allegory being not just in the narrative, like story, but also could be visual allegory as well. Research and consultation starts right away because you want to make sure you're staying ahead of any cultural appropriation or equivalency. Then you create the assets. You're still thinking about all these things. You implement the assets. You're still thinking about all these things. And then the world is created and you still think about these things because now you're kind of stepping back thinking, is this the world we wanted to make? Does it meet our narrative and our experience goals? Did we build enough to realize those? Is there anything else we need to do? Are we missing anything? Did we not have something checked, et cetera, et cetera? And the last thing I want to mention is just the power of intentional creation, because I think I've alluded in this talk about how important it is that you be very thoughtful about what you create. So you want to make sure that when you're building these cultures that every single decision has intent. It's deliberate, it's conscious, because that's one of the biggest challenges I've seen on a lot of projects I work on, is that once we have the concept and we kind of enter full production, we just run like crazy and everyone's doing what they're best at, which is creation, narrative, art, design, just cranking out all kinds of assets, which are amazing assets, but sometimes there's not somebody just kind of stepping back saying, what is that? Do we need that? What does that mean in the context of our world? That random backfilling of a world is a very high-risk activity, and that's typically where I see the most issues, is once you're in full production and people are just kind of cranking on making assets right and left, that's usually where I start seeing people make stuff where I'm like, that may not be logically consistent. This might be a problem. This doesn't have enough allegorical distance baked in, meaning you took something from the real world and you didn't really try and make it different, if that was your intent. And so I recommend that you be very mindful of your allegorical goals, if any. Most games I work on have some kind of allegorical goals, either visually or narratively. Closely manage the creation of evidence, because that will get you in a lot of trouble. And then seek that input and validation from cultural groups, because and a lot of people ask, especially as indies or students, say, how in the heck am I supposed to do that? I don't have that kind of budget. Well, you don't need that kind of budget. I mean, oftentimes for this one, there's a lot of groups online. I do the same thing. I reach out to cultural groups, indigenous groups online, contact them through their forum, email them. I explain what I'm trying to do. I'm explaining the kind of help I'm seeking. A lot of times these groups are not necessarily looking for compensation, although if you can compensate, you should. But sometimes they're like, well, look, I can't pay you, but I'll put you in the credits of my game and say that you contributed to this and helped us with this cultural advising or whatever. And a lot of times people are like, that's fine. That would be great. Just acknowledge us, see us, and leverage us in that process. So there you go. And I don't have my website is all messed up right now, but if you want to add me on LinkedIn, you can do it there. And feel free to ask me any questions now, because I think we have some time left, but also you can reach out to me later for questions. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're going to bring a mic round to the bottom here, so if anyone has any questions, if you'd like to just form a queue at the bottom where the mic is just about to appear.
Are we? Oh, there we are. Thank you for the talk.
Thank you.
I had a question about accuracy versus being recognizable.
Yes.
So, as an example, the Aztec people never call themselves the Aztec.
No.
But if you're putting the Aztec people in the game and you want people to know that these are the Aztec, if you don't use that word,
yes,
people won't know. So how do you find the line between people knowing who you're talking about so you can represent them and representing them accurately, if there is a divide there?
That's a great question. The way that I see it, I mean, what I always lean to when I work with a team like that, and I just had to deal with the Mayans recently in a game, and to me, it's a matter of like how proactive you want to be in making a teachable moment, you know. So it's like a lot of people will recognize, maybe they won't immediately, but if you use Aztec architecture, use Aztec costume, for example, a lot of people will recognize it. Or they'll say, I think I know where that is. That's somewhere in Central America. Maybe if they might say it's, oh, those are the Mayans, not the Aztecs. But the point being is that you could have them use the name. And maybe over time, if you have more recognizable objects related to the Aztec that people will pick up on, oh, I know who these people are. You could do it that way, or if you can kind of creatively find a way that the word Aztec is used and then corrected somehow. I mean, that's, although that may not work either. It just depends on your game. But I've seen some games do that as well, where they want that authenticity and have the culture represented as it should be, including whatever name that they use for themselves. But then they'll find a way to kind of introduce that. So basically, they do it once, and if you weren't paying attention, whether it was a subtitle or something, well, that's on you as a player. So, but that's one way to do it. I mean, it's really about how really important to the narrative and to the overall experience is it that people know for a fact that it's the Aztec versus just knowing it's this cool culture, you know. So, and it depends. I mean, obviously, if you're doing something like about the conquistadors rolling into into Mexico, they're going to know. I mean, they're going to know eventually who these are. But so it's really up to you. You know, how much do you want to reveal that, and does that knowledge that it's actually the Aztecs really affect the overall intention of your game? And I would say a lot of times in games I work on, it doesn't. You know, I mean. It just depends on what you're trying to achieve with it. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, first of all, I thank you for a nice talk, thanks. And also thought it was interesting with your example from the Sikh temple, because my ex-boss actually wrote that particular scene, and he received death threats after. So it's
not surprised.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry he did.
I was just going to ask you a question about the cultural equivalency, and I thought it was really interesting how you dealt with it with Jade Empire. Great game, by the way.
Yeah.
And also, I felt that I see that a lot with like European fantasy, which is of course dominant, but the downside of that is I think you have a lot of that in the sort of European fantasy where you mix together Anglo-Saxon, Norse, Slavic, and Byzantine or Roman influence, and it's all just the same thing.
Yeah.
I wondered if you have any thoughts on that when you have a culture that is sort of dominant, but the plus side of that, it seems to be a lot more accepting of that kind of cultural equivalency, where you just push everything together and it's all fine and nobody calls you out on that.
No, and that's because I think if we look at it through the frame or put on our lenses of cultural appropriation, because what you're describing, it is a form of cultural appropriation of other European cultures. But to a certain degree, because you're just like mixing and it's that cultural equivalency and everything. But it's like it's a dominant culture though. That's the thing. It's seeing Europe in general, not to completely generalize, but I'm going to. In general, on a global scale, it is a very dominant culture, extremely dominant culture, in much the same way like North America is. So when it's a dominant culture, there tends to be, and this is sort of like an unwritten thing, but it's like there tends to be more leeway on poking holes in it, taking liberties with it. When it's a non-dominant culture, you don't do that because it's like they have not had a chance to, quote, dominate, to assert themselves as who they are, and to know who their culture is. Excuse me, whereas Europe has had that chance for centuries, and they have dominated the world, and they have gone out and asserted themselves all over the place. French, so So typically in that dynamic, I mean, I'll give you a great example that's comparison, an analogy, is the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church being as dominant as it has been in Europe and elsewhere, Latin America, etc., nobody says anything about the Catholic Church being poked fun at, well, especially in recent years, in light of what has come to light with that church. But I'm saying that, I mean, look at Monty Python back in the 70s. They constantly made fun of the Church of England. They constantly made fun of the Pope and Roman Catholicism, and nobody cared. Well, some people did, but for the most part, like, it was just funny. But you don't do that with Islam. You don't do that with Judaism. You don't do that with many faiths on earth. But the Roman Catholics, being both European and of origin, European and also a dominant force, it's like people like, you're fair game. It's like, we can do that. It's okay to do that. And so I think people don't really raise the red flag as much, even though I think on some of those games, some groups do. Like if you see some Slavic groups are like, wait a minute, why are you mixing our Eastern European culture with the Western stuff? I mean, we're completely different. We should not be mixed in that way. So,
just a quick follow-up question then. But doesn't that sort of compound the problem? Because if you can make fun of Sikhs and get death threats, or you can make fun of the Catholic Church and everybody's laughing, wouldn't you then choose to go again with the dominant culture and leave other marginal cultures that maybe deserved more attention? It could be more interesting. You don't want to touch that because that's dangerous.
Yeah, which is why we don't see those cultures represented very much, because a lot of game developers, let's face it, a lot of game developers and a lot of the more famous games that have been out there, other than like the ones produced in East Asia, have a very strong Western sensibility and design aesthetic, and draws upon Western history more than anything else. And I think that's why you see, it's kind of this leaning into that history in a way because it's safe. It's like it's been done over and over. It's like we can mix stuff. People haven't really complained that much, but if we want to do something like represent, like we did in Jade Empire, which was tricky, but even if you wanted, like there was a game I worked on recently, which unfortunately was then canceled, which was dealing with Vietnam. It was dealing with a very specific culture in Vietnam. And of course we were dealing with local consultants and everything, but there just reached a point where there's a feeling like we couldn't do it good enough in terms of being accurate, so we're just going to like stop. Because in today's world and the way that people react to stuff, we're going to just get incinerated over this, even though all of our intentions are 100% pure and right and everything else, but it'll never be good enough for people to do it correctly. So, but yeah, this is a big issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I would first like to say I really enjoyed listening to your presentation.
Thanks.
I like how you covered all of the nuances of implementing cultures into fictional ones. What I was wondering is, what's your opinion on where the line between sort of appropriation and respectful representation lie? Because I know that a lot of gaming companies sometimes use the argument that, but it's a fictional world. Yeah. We're not obligated to accurately represent real-world cultures to make our fictional ones. So what's your opinion on that?
Well, I think that's a nice way to just kind of bury your head and not want to deal with a very difficult issue, in my opinion. I mean, there's a game I was working on just recently from a Japanese publisher, and they basically took a culture, a real-world culture, and put it in the game in a fantasy world. They didn't really change the architecture very much at all. They even used the language, the exact same language that this cultural group used back in several centuries ago. They used the same language too. So they took the architecture style, costume style, language. They basically took the entire culture, put it into the fantasy world, and then the people who are populating this used environment aren't even human. They're kind of these frog-like things. And so, but they didn't bother changing the language or anything. So I'm like, so what commentary are you making about that culture that you are going to basically dehumanize them and put them in a fantasy world and essentially in a way devalue the culture from its original context? So it's like, there are certain things that you can do in that, like, first of all, just is real simple. Don't use the original language. Just like the issue we had in Jade Empire, just don't. There's no, unless you had a specific reason, but it's a fantasy world, so why would they be speaking that language? Other things, like I suggested to them, is that the culture that they were using is known for architecture style that uses a lot of 90-degree angles and huge megalithic blocks. So, 90-degree angles is mostly everything in their visual aesthetic is square. And so I suggested to them, if you want to make it fictional, how about this? Here's one suggestion. Use a triangle or use a hexagon in the megalithic design, because those cultures never used the triangle or hexagon. So by using just that one visual difference, so instead of everything being 90-degree angles everywhere, you use that one change and you're instantly looking at something that feels like that culture, but it absolutely is not. It's different enough. And sometimes that's all it takes. It's just like one visual change like that to kind of increase that distance. And that's not hard to do. It's just, but what the hard part is thinking it through. And thinking through, like, what work are we willing to do to kind of make sure that this culture is similar but not the same. And so I think when I see that in games, when I see a fantasy world that uses a culture that is very obvious from a specific real world place, I just feel they didn't do enough work, in my view. And I don't want to say lazy, but it tends to be lazy. Creatively, I mean, it's creatively lazy because you just didn't put in enough effort to make it yours and make it a culture for your world.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Really sorry, but we are going to have to leave the questions there. I know we could have gone on all day with that, but thank you so much,
I'll be
Kate,
around. You can find me, happy to answer more. But
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. There is going to be a short break now. I think we've got about 25 minutes before we return at 3:30 for the last talk by Larian. But I believe the couple of questions left there, Kate will be around if you wanted to ask that. So see you back here for 3:30. back, everyone, for the final talk of the day, and it's one that a lot of people here have been very excited about. So we're ending the first day of Konsoll on a double header with two speakers who we're very, very lucky to get here today. So they both come over from Larian in the south of England after working on Baldur's Gate 3, which went on to win every award going for the writing work. So please welcome, here to talk about the character, I will say that the writing on that game was particularly lauded, and we're delighted to have the two senior writers here to discuss the collaborative creation of Baldur's Gate 3's companions. So please welcome Adrian Law and John Corcoran.
Is this working? Yeah, lovely. Hello, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. It's the end of the day, so we'll try and hopefully keep you awake for the next hour. We have come from Larian, so I'm a senior writer in our Guildford studio, and I worked on a hefty sort of chunk of Gale during my time on Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm John. I work in the Dublin office at Larian. I'm also a senior writer. Big chunk of my work was Shadowheart, House, and a whole bunch of goblins and other little creatures.
So today we're here to talk to you about the companions of Baldur's Gate 3. And we're trying to sort of frame it a couple of ways. So we're trying to talk about the kind of work that went into the companions. We are trying to condense about 6 years of development into 45 minutes, so it's a bit whistle-stop. But you can ask any specific questions you have either at the end, or we are doing a big workshop thing tomorrow, so there'll be plenty of time for questions then. Talking about the characters and also talking about the kind of writing values that we have that kind of inform the way that we work. So just to tell you a little bit about sort of Larian as a company, so it was founded in Ghent in Belgium, I think maybe about 20 years ago now, and we have studios in several different countries around the world now. So there's the UK office and the Irish office where we both work. There's also Barcelona, Kuala Lumpur, Quebec, Barcelona, and we've got a new studio in Warsaw as well. Trying to realise if I've forgotten anybody. I don't think I have.
I think you got the majority.
Most of them are there. So we have several offices now. Previously, we were best known for a series called the Divinity series. So the last game in that series that came out was called Divinity Original Sin 2. And then probably what we're here to talk to you about today, something that we're maybe known for more at the moment, is Baldur's Gate 3, which is an RPG set in the Dungeons and Dragons universe. So what we're here to talk to you about today, two things really. Sorry, I'm going to have to keep having water. I've had the dry throat from the plane. So two things. So what are the fundamental skills that go into being a writer working on a Larian game, because that in itself is quite specific. And then what were some of the key kind of writing components that went into constructing the companion characters. So we just kind of wanted to quickly check kind of what the room is like in terms of knowledge about these things. So can we have a quick show of hands, just like who has played Baldur's Gate 3 or like feels like they know? Okay, let's go. Okay, that's really cool. That's quite good. If you haven't played it, then I'm sorry. You are going to find out some things. Can we also have a show of hands who is a writer or is interested in writing to a particular kind of degree? Okay, that's good. That's quite a few hands as well. So we are going to talk about both of those things. It's kind of like a two-parter talk. And yes, there will definitely be spoilers for the game, so I'm sorry if you are midway through a playthrough or if it's on your to-playlist and you'll get to it in 5 years' time. We are going to talk about the companions and some of the elements of their story and also the game's ending. We're trying to avoid specific spoilers where we can, but you may find out things you didn't know before.
Okay. So first we're going to talk a little about skills and the collaboration we had just to kind of make this game, and then specifically we'll get into details about BG3 afterwards. So first we're going to look at the writing team, who we are, what we do, what makes a writer really at Larian. And it's important to realize game writing is a small industry anyway, and we are a weird little niche within that. We have like very particular needs. Not all game writing translates to RPG writing because we just have like very particular requirements. The good news is that there's no set background. current writers at Larian come from all sorts of strange backgrounds, like straight from academia, even just as students, game dev, of course, journalists, photographers, some guy came from the civil service. So anything is possible. It really all comes down to the test, which is what you do when you apply as a writer. You know, we need to see that you can do a scene that's our kind of thing. And even talented writers may not necessarily be able to do all the requirements that we ask for. So yeah, these skills that are coming up next is the 5 key skills that we actually judge everything on. So, next slide. Okay, so these are the 5 that we have: voice and characterization, agency, flow and pacing, narrative drive, and cinematic storytelling. And even when we get an application, we actually mark them specifically on these areas. So that's really what you're being judged on. So then the first one is just voice characterization. We have big games, lots of characters. It would be terrible if everyone kind of sounded like they're written by the same voice. They all just sound like some guy. So we need to have a nice, rich, diverse, like tonal mix, like interests, vocabulary, like what's important to them, all these things to kind of make it feel really vibrant. Obviously having a team of writers helps because like people have their own kind of style, but you know, when we mix it all together, you still need to be able to have a breadth of style and a breadth of voices that you can bring to the table, and your own special interests as a writer. And next up we have my microphone in my agency. Someone may come and twiddle in my head if I'm not audible. Agency is probably the biggest pitfall for people who apply. Like, you can be a really good writer, but if you don't grasp the role play aspect, you're probably not going to be able to write in our style. And that's mainly because our protagonists, our lead characters, are typically silent. They don't speak. So their means of agency and self-expression is dialogue options and the choices people make, even at character creation, what they wear, the actions they take in combat, and of course the dialogue options. If you don't facilitate the role play and if you don't let them do these things, then it's just a very linear experience, and that's just not what we do. Next, we have flow pacing. This is just to make sure that you don't lose track of yourself. Like, we're writers, we get paid to do it all the time, so unsurprisingly, we write a lot and kind of get attached to our work, but it can get on overly long, and certainly in a game that's long anyway, the tendency is to like get scenes that kind of go on too long, but really we need to vary pacing a lot, because otherwise it's just going to become a real slog. Next, narrative drive. Seems really basic, but you can easily lose track of why a scene exists in the first place, especially when it's a quest-based game. You're supposed to be doing things, you're supposed to be learning key pieces of knowledge, and something you would often see from a novice writer is they do a big scene, they get really invested in their character and the cool little quirks, and then you kind of emerge from the draft kind of like, yeah, but I didn't get that key piece of information that lets me know what's happening next. That gives me my true north. And finally, we have cinematic storytelling, which is something that was developed over BG3. Originally, when I started at Larian, it was very much reading games. They were like traditional CRPGs, all text, you'd have to read everything. Then we added in full voice, and then we added in full mocap and cinematic execution. That altered how we wrote. We had to lean into more of a screenplay style for like individual flows, and also created a whole new team that we had to work with very closely, the cinematic team. So we had to be sure that what we were doing was facilitating them and we could collaborate together. So that was a real new tool that we had to add into our box that we didn't have originally.
And so like an overarching skill, so we've kind of gone through, I'm sorry, we're trying to kind of get through quite quickly, but some of these skills, they really are essential to what we're doing, but an umbrella kind of skill that kind of comes into all of those things really is collaboration. Writers, if you write for yourself, you can tend to kind of shut yourself away in a room. You don't have to talk to anybody, you don't have to answer anybody. That's not really the reality of working on games as a writer. We are always adding into a wider narrative experience, and at the same time every other team is feeding into the narrative experience that we're creating. So there's this idea of kind of elevating and multiplying the narrative. So when we're putting story in, our job is not just to put the words into a dialogue. There's a lot of work that goes in around that. I mean, probably more than half of the work that we do is in documents and bios and all of these things that players would never see, but that will inform the gameplay that's coming in, that will inform the cinematic direction. We have to make sure that we kind of embody the narrative in a way that supports all of the other teams whose work will come together to tell the story. So particularly this involves us working quite closely with scripting and cinematics. So scripting, I've come across sort of that role with different names in different companies, but it's essentially kind of the design and implementation of narrative. So they'll be the ones who figure out the sort of shaping of like the many permutations in a particular story. They get all the gameplay working around it. They create the files that we then end up writing in. And then, of course, the cinematics team is animators, artists, cinematographers, lighting artists, VFX, everybody who is kind of putting work into the visual team. So when we're working with these teams, really, we have a common enemy, which I had to check what this was. It is, in fact, the waterfall. It's almost impossible to avoid working in a waterfall methodology to a certain degree. I don't know how many of you know about or care about sort of methodologies of work. You can see more agile ways of approaching certain things. As soon as you start working with cinematics, you really are kind of forced into something that feels like a waterfall process, because, I mean, you can see here, this isn't even all of the teams, but this is a lot of the teams that we will work with. And there's certain things that just have to come first. We can't go into a voice recording session having not written the lines. We can't have a VFX applied to a scene that hasn't been created yet by a cinematics artist. So there's a dependency that always exists with these teams, and then everything that we're doing stems from the core story document that you can see sort of dooming us falling off the waterfall, which kind of comes around that waterfall quite often. So it's a very iterative document. We were trying to figure out how. I asked John, like, when would you say that the Baldur's Gate core story solidified? And he's like, what does solidified? What do you mean? We just kind of figured it kind of congeals rather than anything else. At some point, it's more viscous. You can't change quite as much about it, but it's always slightly shifting. So every time there's an update with that requires us to change things, it has a ripple effect through everybody else. So how do we go about kind of taking something as big as the story of a game like Baldur's Gate 3 and working on it? Really, it's about kind of breaking it down into smaller and smaller pieces until you get to something that has defined and you can work on. So we'll take something like the story of the entire game. You'll have like an idea of like what the game is setting out to achieve, what the big ideas in it might be. That will be defined then in a written document that is per act. So we have an idea of like the core content that's going to happen in each act. Then we'll sort of split it down further into regions. So quite often then you know, well, this is going to happen in this area, this area, this area. And those we can kind of start implementing and creating as kind of separate chunks of work. Within those, we have what we call situations, which is it's very euphemistic. I really enjoy it. It's like there's a situation over here. But this is basically something between like a quest and a location. So you could have, say, a tavern or a hospital or something like that. And then you'll tend to have one writer, one scripter, one cinematic artist who are responsible for that particular thing. And then you get kind of down into, okay, this is an actual dialogue in that situation. This is something that we can work on. And the way that a dialogue will get worked on, I should probably turn this way. I'm like Zoolander. I can only turn right. Scripting, writing, cinematics, we'll kind of circle around basically and iterate on that particular dialogue, kind of building it up. So testing, changing, getting it up to a point where it can kind of be locked in and finalized there.
Okay, so that's the kind of skills section done, and now we can actually start talking about what we did to make the game. So congratulations, this is the true start. If not enough people had raised their hands, we would have skipped that section, so that's on those people if you're bored. So this is just about how we start to create characters, and the way they start off is usually with a very short elevator pitch, and we try and generate probably a couple of hundred of them to get started. Of those 100, probably 95% or more will gradually die away. They're supposed to be really short, maybe a sentence at most, ideally like just a phrase or two, a few keywords, just identifying what's interesting about them potentially, before we actually start applying more work to see if they're actually worth developing. So we kind of crowdsource these from the writing team. We just start throwing ideas out there. The more the better, high volume. We don't put any detail really in there, a couple of traits. That's really it, because we really need to like see that they seem like they have some little glimmer of promise in a phrase or two. if you have to like talk for half an hour just to kind of explain what the guy is supposed to be, and maybe it's not quite thought through enough, or it won't have the kind of instant interest that players will need.
And I mean, very few of these kind of come through, right? So
yeah, so
poor
sometimes
data mined
sometimes
Kelly,
they survive a little bit, and then they get data mined, and then people are wondering who's that person.
yes, but she was never more than a placeholder. She got out of the spreadsheet. She escaped Excel, which I think we can all respect. But that's about it.
So we're party-based games, and that means you need to have a roster that is diverse and has different interests. They tackle different themes. They need space to exist in the story, and that can be thematic space, so that the kind of themes they need to talk about are appropriate to this. If it's something that was too grounded and completely inappropriate for the world of Faerun, they're obviously not a good fit. It could also mean literal space, like we need geographic spots that they can have their stories unfold, because there's probably NPCs related to that. There's certain setups they need. It can be a real problem if you have too many situations crowded in each other, and with the amount of freedom we give you in the game, they can start bumping into each other, and it can be in the middle of a really emotional scene, and then something silly drifts in, because if you're playing in multiplayer, well, that's a problem. So we need to kind of make sure that the map has a nice spread, and also the team itself has a nice spread. And just because you came up with that short little idea doesn't mean it's yours yet. So once we have a short list of ideas or characters we want to tackle, we actually step back and we do audition pieces. So the writers themselves, even before the actors, have to actually audition and show that they can start to put that little tiny idea up on its feet a little. So you start very gradually. You pick out some traits. You look for opposing features, things that make them interesting, key things that are important to them, then kind of like opposing quirks they may have. Then you start putting little pieces of dialogue into their mouths, probably just like lines at first, not even full scenes, just like, how would they respond to a question? And you can see here on the left, that's the original one I wrote. It does not have much bearing to the character that came out of there, which is just to show when we start off, we don't actually know that much. To the point where even when I said I got the job to write her, I wasn't really sure who she was yet. So really, it's part of the iterative process. It's just a beginning, really. So yeah, and then we have a beginning just to get started, but we're not making a document, we're not making a spreadsheet. We have to start iterating this in the game. So the sooner we kind of get stuff into the editor process, it's better, because we're going to be doing a lot of iteration going forward. So we have just enough to get going. We have some traits. We may have some key story points just in the distance, so we know approximately where we're going, but we don't fill in every blank in a document before we start trying to implement stuff, because it's going to change so much. If you have your plan really rigid in the beginning, it's going to be hard just to kind of try and back out of that. So we have a lot of fluidity early on, especially after Act 1. We'd have more detail there, and then it gets increasingly sketchy as it goes along. I don't know if you saw that meme of a horse drawing where it gets good and it gets... We do that, but deliberately at this stage. And this is a favorite saying of Sven. He has some catchphrases he likes to whip out. This is our creative director and CEO. So he says, paraphrasing, a Prussian general, for some reason, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So basically, we do plan up to a point, but we know that plan is going to change rapidly the second we try to put this thing on our feet, on its feet even, and see if it all holds together. It won't. It'll crumble. Some things will hold up, other things won't. So we got to just start.
So we've kind of worked on these characters. We've got a short idea, an audition, a kind of pitch for who they could be. But how do we start kind of expressing them? So this is one of the kind of key spaces where the writers and the players can get to know these characters, which is within the party. So how do they get into the party? We have recruitments. So in real life, obviously, you only get to make one first impression. We can make several because it's iterative game development. So we want these to kind of land certain things. We want them to be characterful, we want them to be memorable, and we want them to establish quite a lot about characters without overloading players. Obviously, working in something like Dungeons & Dragons, it comes with decades worth of story and lore that already exists. We want these characters to mesh really nicely with those things, but we can't assume that every player already has everything about that world in their head. So we have to try and get across some of the right ideas, start introducing these things without overwhelming people. And also these characters can hold a lot of information from the core story. So the main story that's happening, these characters will play a part in it, and they can also have beats to deliver there. So it's quite a complicated scene to get right. Luckily, yeah, we did get quite a few sort of opportunities to test this out. So the early access versions of some of these scenes changed quite a lot once we got them out into the wild. You could get player feedback on them. We can start to know where their stories are heading, that process that John was talking about with kind of ironing out, well, where is their Act 2 and Act 3 going to go? That actually could mean that the recruitment in the original pitch needs to change somehow to set up something that we now know it's going to lead into. So it also kind of meant having multiple chances to meet some of these characters. So again, aiming for that kind of uniqueness to each of them. Some of them you can cross paths with multiple times and meet them under slightly different circumstances. For example, Lae'zel, you can meet her in a kind of more vulnerable situation, or you can meet her kind of more powerfully kind of pursuing her own goals. I think at one point that you said Shadowheart had 6 different places to be recruited. So I think that got down to 5. So unfortunately, not all characters get this. Poor Gale got 1 shot, and yeah, the less said about that one, the better. Yeah, so we kind of aim for asymmetry in these. We don't want them to feel like there's a template going on, that this is how you recruit a character. From the moment you meet them, they are their own person within this world, and they approach things how they would. So then we have what we call in-party dialogues. So this is where you're meeting characters, and you can just talk to them about things. There's bread and butter dialogues, really. These are kind of the fundamentals of communicating with these characters. So these are places where, as writers, we can establish voice, we can figure out personality, we can start to understand who these people are outside of the bigger questions about their arc and any kind of core story things that they might have to serve. And it's also where players can engage with these characters outside of the sort of key and essential scenes that they might have to encounter on that story. They allow for quite inexpensive iteration. So when I mean inexpensive, I talk about that there is a literal cost to things like voice recording, to cinematic work. And some of the bigger scenes where they have more going on, that those need a lot more time and effort to do them. These ones we're able to do quite easily. They're quite iterative. We can add to them quite easily, and they're very non-intrusive for players. So these are the kind of things that you can engage with at your leisure. Basically, it's there for you to ask whenever the mood strikes you that you're like, hey, I want to find out what Shadowheart might have to say at the minute, or Gale, or anybody. So they're kind of an easy way to just sort of allow for more engagement with the players. So this is an example of that kind of thing in action. So this is Lae'zel. So Lae'zel is Githyanki, which is a very specific group of people in the world of D&D. We definitely wouldn't assume that players who are coming in might know about them. They are like a very specific kind of like corner of the D&D world. So you have a chance to ask her about like where she's from, who is she? And her giving you this information, not only is she actually telling you useful things about being Githyanki, but her attitude is coming across, her personality. You start to understand how she feels about being Githyanki. And then as a player, you can also start to build in a bit of your own kind of headcanon. So you can start saying, well, am I a person who would know who she is, or am I a person who has never seen someone like her before? So it's just like a small way to start building a kind of dynamic between the player's character and someone in the party.
Okay. So, kind of going back to the earlier point about flow and pacing, it would be really kind of dense and static if the in-party was the only real way to kind of tell their story, if you had to like stop and talk to them at length all the time. So we try and add in other tools that we can use. One is approvals, where you can see, of course, what they like, what they dislike. It's kind of popping up kind of in the corner. And then you have inclusions and voice barks. An inclusion is when they decide to pipe up just for like one line in someone else's scene. They just like come in with a one-line or a little like comment on what's going on. They refer to a decision you made, something like that. Voice barks, of course, being like banter or any little comments they make when you're walking around in the world. Some are a little more chatty, some are a little more directed to, point your attention to some key detail. And then topical greetings, which is a relatively late-breaking system we had, which is when you go to talk to them in their in-party, and before their usual greetings, they'll refer to something that happened lately. They may be referring to say a recent event or something that happened to another party member, stuff like that. It just gives some reactivity. It makes things a little more connected, so you're not just talking to individuals all the time. They are aware of their surroundings. They're reacting to it. And that's just a key area for collaboration as well, just because every character, generally speaking, has a fixed writer assigned to them. So if you want to get a line from someone else, you got to coordinate with all of them. So every single time we need to get a line, we swap them in and out all the time. We pass the parcel of these dialogues, which becomes a bit of a test, really, because only one person can be in a dialogue file at a time. So we had some solutions to that, like this. This was a way that we could start generating a lot of those quick lines quickly. We had everyone jump into this spreadsheet, which they could actually do a single line for one dialogue, and it would be batch imported back in. That meant we weren't all just sitting around waiting for one person to do their line, check it in, say, hey, it's done, and 6 other people try swarming and grab the file before everyone else. So this really saved us a lot of time in the last run-up, because you can't just spend half an hour waiting for someone to do their thing and you're just twiddling your thumbs. The trade-off maybe sometimes was you don't have quite as much context with what you're writing as if you're looking at the scene. So sometimes we have to go back and fix it, or we have to say, sorry, I got to wait until the file is free so I can actually see the exact context for what I'm saying here.
And yeah, so topical greetings. So these are kind of the rough areas where we would kind of include these in. So when you're entering a new location, and that's worth commenting on. If something happens in the party, there's inter-party dynamics that we were able to get in between, say, Will and Karlak, or Shadowheart and Lae'zel. We have characters, so there's some kind of key characters that you would meet, and they're kind of noteworthy enough, whatever interaction you have with them is something that merits a reaction. And then events, just things happening in the story that are pretty monumentous. Monumental, I can do words. So we have all of these kind of categories, and we tried to get them in. And again, this was an area for collaboration, because companions have assigned writers and scripters, but the game is absolutely enormous, and maybe Sven has seen all of it, and no of the rest of us has the physical capability of seeing all of it. So we need that awareness from other people. So again, we love spreadsheets. So we started tracking them. So we had a big kind of crowdsourcing effort. We had people just putting in, here are the things that they should be reacting to, and just got these in really quickly. I think it was in a week or something, a couple of weeks.
It was
pretty
quite
quick.
late breaking. I mean, it could have been better because we rushed it. Next time around, it'll probably be a lot more sophisticated.
There'll be so many more.
But it was a big help.
Because we had an earlier version of this, which was the group discussions. And they were incredibly painful to make. You'd end up with a 3-line dialogue that had taken someone 4 weeks to try and wrangle the various kind of technical things of it. So this was things where the companions would talk to each other about a particular event that had happened. And the problem was, the bigger the game gets, the more gnarly the kind of scope of these conversations, the amount of things you're having to react to, and there just wasn't a technically good solution that we could get from this. So these examples are all from the creche. So there's different things that can happen in the creche, and you can get these reactions to them. This sort of area of the creche destruction is a pretty good example of how topical greetings actually ended up being really important parts of the characters, because certain reactions to these events ended up being, things that people who love the characters really kind of attached to. So yeah, Astarion definitely were not happy about the destruction of the creche. But yeah, all of these are examples of topical greetings. So these are fairly quick things that we were able to write, but they're things that just kind of capture something about the character. They tie in the context, and they ground things really, really well. So obviously all of this is kind of talking about the kind of basics of these characters, but the most important thing really is to get the big moments right. So these are what we call origin moments. So there's a terminology here where we have origins and companions, and they're essentially the same character twice, but the origin you can play as, and the companion you play with. So that's why these are called origin moments. So when we're sort of figuring out, well, what do these need to be? These are the scenes that are very central to the character's arc. So this is often the emotional kind of core that we're dealing with. They're very specific scenes, so they're unlike things like the in-party that you can just ask at your leisure. These are often tied to specific trigger conditions, specific locations, certain phases of the story. They act as pivot points for the character's arc, in the sense that there's certain decisions that you make that can't be reversed, that they are set off down a certain path now. They can tend to be quite high scope scenes, so these are the ones where you have big cinematic moments going on. There can be, so visual. It can be gameplay, so you can get things with like big sort of combat sequences. I mean, like Shadow Heart's a good example of that in Act 2, like there's the whole sort of Sharon Temple area. And then, of course, there's a lot of narrative scope. There tends to be quite a lot to just write for them. So a lot of these scenes, we aim to have them be, they exist and they function, even if that companion, died the second that you put them in combat and they haven't been seen since. You can still find the elements of their story. It's just that having these companions present fundamentally changes them and elevates them in some way into something that has like a real clear kind of narrative message. And so just an extra thing to mention, when we're designing these, we are definitely thinking in terms of these should be for origins and for companions. So the idea is that the sort of core of the companion story, as you would experience it with them, if you play as that person, you will get to feel those same moments and make those decisions for yourself. So examples of this kind of thing. So you have unique characters that will come along. So Elminster is very unique to Gale's story. You have unique content, so Damon with Karlach, if you don't have Karlach with you, he's a trader, he's a character that you can meet, but if you meet him with Karlach, you unlock the missions about her infernal engine, and then you have unique confrontations, so you can happily go and kill Cazador if you would like, but if you do it with Astarion there, you're going to get a much juicier kind of confrontation and narrative payoff. So when we're defining these, you have to kind of look at like a few different elements. So what we want to know is like, what is the core conflicts at the heart of this character? Usually these are an emotional conflict that we're trying to resolve. It can be a flaw within themselves that they need to address. It can be an invitation to change or challenge something that they believe about themselves. And often these are the exact same emotional cause that were defined in the writing audition. These are the things that stay fairly consistent, actually. Where the expression of that story has to remain fluid, but that core will be there. Then what we have to do is sort of take that story and say, well, how can we express that alongside the bigger story that is now playing out and that we're starting to see develop? So any locations that are needed, any characters, we're trying to also bed those down in a world where the player's story is also happening, the wider narrative about the mind flayers, all of this kind of thing. But that core story, as we've said, is always flexible, it's always changing, so we have to be flexible in response. So sometimes these stories, we have to just kind of identify, well, what are the core elements of this that shouldn't change? And then the actual expression of them may have to. So, for example, Gale, his emotional conflict, a lot of that was always with Mystra, but we didn't know we were going to be able to show Mystra until quite late. So that was something that we could then fold back in and say, oh, great, we can actually incorporate this. Do we have a location? We have a temple. And it all kind of comes together in that way. So it's not necessarily stuff that we can say on day one, that's the scene we're going to have, but we can find the space for it at the right time. So a lot of this comes down to the individuals who work on these characters. So you'll have, as I said, a writer, a scripter, a cinematic artist who will kind of take ownership of these characters. They really fly the flag for getting some of these things in, especially when we're getting towards the end of development. There's so much to be done, and everyone also has responsibilities outside of working on these characters. So when you kind of spot those opportunities for space, it's definitely kind of a speak up, we could do something here, which is quite nice, actually. There's a lot of kind of flexibility. It's not like a top-down thing with these characters. And again, the consistency between the two. So consistency does not necessarily mean they're identical. So there's still an opportunity for unique content with an origin playthrough, say, versus a companion, but they're definitely recognizably the same. They are incredibly complicated. So this is a screenshot of one folder that has some of the origin moments for Act 2 and 3. So not Act 1, not romance, not recruitments, not in-parties. This is just the neatest place where we put the origin moments. It was called the origin moments folder. I don't know, and we're not that organized. But there's a lot of them. They're pretty complicated. And then when you get into one of those files, so this is the Astarion post-Cazador fight file, and you can see already just this one file. You have the version of it at the top. PowerPoint betrayed us. So this is the Campanio flow. This is the version where you've done that with Astarion at your side. We have the Origin flow where you are Astarion. And then we have the Orphaned Companion, which you also have to factor in, which is if you're playing with Astarion, but you decided to leave your Tav at home and go and fight Cazador without them, and then the companion Astarion has to play out that scene for you. So we've also had versions where the character is in camp and you've done this without them, but then they need to show up and all these kind of things. They're very, very complicated. So there's lots and lots of scripting work that goes in here, tons and tons of cinematic work. So every little green box you can see there is, I don't know, maybe like on average, like half a day to a day's work for a cinematic artist. And then, of course, every other team that's coming after that. And this is all coming off the back of also a very big fight, so the combat team have had to do tons of work there.
So the way these scenes are kind of branched out has a lot of implications for agency, role play, and consistency of characters, because of naturally, if you have a companion and you're witness and participant in their story, they are still expressing themselves in line with their view. You can be an influencing factor, trying to nudge them or trying to berate them or advise them. But if you are playing as them, it's kind of wide open. You have to be able to make wildly different choices, potentially stuff that you would not be able to do with a companion, because it's your role play, so you get to define them a little differently. So we kind of just have to accept that the player may not go exactly where we want to go. So we have a certain amount of control, but ultimately we have to kind of back out. And then also there's the issue of autonomy, whereby you're trying to get a companion to do the good thing or the bad thing. And how do you do that? Do you just try force them? Do you trust them to make their own mistakes or their own good choices, whatever it may be? And you can draw upon your actual relationship up to that point, because that's been influencing things under the hood along the way. Like the Night Song example again, you can try and force Shadowheart to make one decision or the other, but if you have been treating your relationship in a certain way, she will influence her own decision if you let her do it one direction or the other. And then, as well as that, for these moments, sometimes they emerge from other teams and the collaborative effort. Like there was another moment where there was a medicinal item that's supposed to be very powerful and cure any ailment, and the scripter came to me and said, hey, we should let Shadowheart eat this mushroom and see if it cures her memories. I'm like, no, I'm not going to write a whole different version of the game. So eventually I ignored that issue for 3 or 4 years, and came back and I said, okay, she can have a memory for a little bit, but because she's being cursed by a goddess, it's only going to be a little window. She can get one memory, and then it's going to shut back down again. So I didn't know what to do with that, but then by procrastinating, the solution presented itself, because I had other issues I had to tie up. So I was able to make that into a moment where she had a brief window where she saw a memory of a friend that she forgot she had, and then maybe she was able to meet her later on.
Procrastination is always the answer. So this is another example of how that storytelling kind of emerged through development. So working on Gale, he had a lot of his core beats kind of defined by the time I came onto the character, but there wasn't a lot for him in Act 2. A lot of it was very kind of contemplative things about his decision at the end of Act 2. And when we started testing it out with internal playtesting, where we found that players kind of felt a bit of a whiplash with him switching his mindset from this contemplation about his potential death to the crown, and this crown of Karsus, which he was going to go for, which, if anyone hasn't got there, I'm sorry, that is a spoiler. But it's an object of great magical power, so it kind of ties into this theme that he has of kind of wanting power that he probably shouldn't. So what we could do in Act 2 is we kind of went back and said, okay, what are some kind of fairly low-scope ways that we can introduce this side of his personality, so that it's not actually specifically about wanting that exact power or wanting that exact crown, but it kind of establishes that this is someone who, when faced with something that he could have and he might want, he finds it hard to resist that. So the two opportunities that we found to do that were we added a shadow lantern. So this is something that's an object that you care about getting in the second act of the game. It's a type of magic that's used to create it, is one that he's forbidden to use. So him even being tempted to kind of engage with that is a betrayal of Mistra, who is the goddess that he has his relationship with. And the other one was what we call like the shadow bosses. So this is like the surgeon, the toll collector, and the brewer. So these were characters who you were likely to come across during your playthrough. You could defeat them, and that was just absolutely just the general gameplay. But Gale would sense that there was a bit more power left in that body, and that was power he might be able to extract and use. So this was just like small, subtle ways for us to kind of like lift him back up and say, hey, remember him? He's got something in him that's going to come forward soon enough. So those examples that were those. This is how we kind of start feeling out basically the kind of the key beats that these characters are going to go on. We find things that are thematically relevant to them, that they're fitting in alongside the rest of the game's development, and they're highlighting the emotional arc that they're going to go on. What we haven't talked about much is the relationship between the actual player and the companion, which is a kind of a topic in itself, which I'm going to let John talk about.
Here we go, the good stuff. I think we're slightly good on time, so I'm going to pause for a dramatic water sip. For starters, no, we did not mocap a bear. It was a Pomeranian wrestling with a Barbie doll. Not really. We did have dedicated actors doing the intimacy scenes for mocap, but that's a separate issue entirely. So, romance, that's a literal quote from 2017. I was there. It was a goal right from the beginning. We wanted to make an adult game, mature in themes. Sex was going to happen, as Sven said. We didn't do much romance previously in our titles before that. Divinity Original Sin 2 had some, but it was pretty modest and relatively slapdash at the end. It was like, okay, we have a day or two that the writers can do a little bit of something with their characters, and that's all it really amounted to. It was not a pillar, but this time around we said, okay, we're going to make sure it's there from the get-go, and we're going to try and have a proper relationship develop and see where that goes. We didn't have experience, though, so we kind of had to invent our process. So, of course, you got to build it up to some degree. Approval gives us a good foundation, because you see, oh, this person likes this thing, this person doesn't like this thing. You get a little dopamine hit when you see that thing go up, like, oh, I'm on the right track. But taken by itself, it's kind of blunt, and it's a bit limiting, because it seems like you're just like looking to people please or something, and you need to kind of like add in some extra elements that kind of make it feel more realistic. So you add in like missable moments and trust moments and little hints and stuff that like can kind of guide you towards what the best result for your relationship is going to be. But there is no best result. We don't treat anything as canon. So, no shaming. Anyone can pick whatever ending they want, really. And then just to kind of reduce the kind of gamification of relationships, we had to like do some fixes and improvements during early access once we got feedback. So if you look here on the left, you can see the original version where you try flirting with Shadowheart, and if you didn't quite get the right threshold, she just murders you. Not literally, verbally. But then people are like, oh, she's so mean. So we opened up like a path where you could like continue the conversation even if you're not romantic. So you can kind of say, okay, we've had some moments, but I don't think we have anything of note here. So you can actually get a new, unique track based on that kind of like middle road relationship that you have, and you can actually get new insights, and it feels like you're not being punished or rewarded like the binary we had before, but you're actually doing an exploration of your relationship with this person. And of course, we don't want it to be about people pleasing either. Sometimes the best thing you can do is say no. And with relationships, they're two-way, so the player has their opinion, and ideally let the character also have their autonomy. Similar to the same Night Song moment, it's very important to just give a chance for the character to kind of express their views. We weren't always successful. Sometimes production cut things out. But generally speaking, we try to make sure that the player can kind of have their say, but they're not going to be operating their love interest. They're going to let them have their moment in the sun and their say in what's going on.
Yeah, it showed up. The kind of underpinning principle of it really was intimacy with meaning. So when we say intimacy, obviously that could end up being physical intimacy. It could be something else. It could be a quieter moment. It could be a date night. It could be just a conversation. But these we're trying to kind of encapsulate romance in all of its forms, really, not just in the physical. They tended to come in quite late through the process, so even after we'd done the origin moments, after we've kind of figured out the voice, all of these things, because that's when we kind of knew the characters best. So the significance of these scenes was the clearest. We could tie them into not only the development of the relationship with the player, but also where their story arc was at, because there was tons of reactivity in these scenes to the exact position in their arc that they might be at as well. They were quite cinematically expensive. I don't know if anyone in here is an animator or in that kind of field, but any two characters touching, instantly expensive. And when you've got, I think, about 6 or 7 different body types that you're trying to deal with as well, there was some incredible kind of work that the teams were having to do to get every scene to work with every possible variation of player. So they were really intensive things, but they were things that everybody worked incredibly hard on, because we didn't want them to feel like they were sort of cringy. We didn't want them to feel insincere. We wanted them to feel like an authentic part of the story, just like every other moment in the game. Because, I mean, yeah, that's basically it, right? What you have on the top level, you can have a sex scene, but the thing that we kind of aim for is that there's always a second and third story that's playing out underneath that. That's what gives it weight and meaning. Sorry, I can see both of our names on this one.
Well, I'm next slide.
Okay. So yeah, if you have a scene that's kind of the surface level, it may be memorable, it may not be memorable for the reasons that you intend, but you know, you are going to have something there. But if you have that scene plus one of these other things, you're going to get something that has a real weight to it. And that kind of ambition that we had was something that I think then sort of it pays off in the way that players experience that journey. Also, the order that you go about those scenes. So there are certain characters who are quite happy to like have sex up front, because that to them that's how they approach physical intimacy. Other characters have to build up to it. So you get certain arcs where it's building up to a physical closeness, others where actually the physical relationship comes first, and it's actually the emotional intimacy that's the harder one thing, and that's the kind of climactic scene of the romance, really, is really building a bond with somebody. So yeah, again, kind of aiming for asymmetry, having different versions of that story playing out.
So kind of a couple of examples of that effect. Shadowheart had 2 major intimacy scenes, one for each of her major story bifurcations. In the first one, it's after she's turned from her goddess, and I realized I had already planted the seed for what that scene was supposed to be way back in early access, when in passing she said she didn't know how to swim. And then after 2 years later, when I have to do the sex scene, I realized, oh, I already know what it should be. We're going to go swimming. We're going to go skinny dipping. So I was able to tie that back through, and also like look for thematic meaning for her. So it's not just about like titillation. It's about her kind of reclaiming herself, what was taken from her, a childhood she didn't have, certain experiences she didn't have, and she's able to share them with her lover, you. And then on the opposite track, there's kind of opposite themes where she's stayed with her goddess and she's regressing back into that lie that she's been growing with. So we had a scene where she's having sex with you, but it's in a strange kind of worshipful way to her goddess, while defying another goddess by putting blood on a statue. And then very deliberately we made sure that this sex scene is happening in the same location that on the other story path you would be having a nice reconnection scene with her parents. So it all has kind of meaning for her story. Did she or did she not turn from the darkness? And you can see like the path that was not taken. So it has a lot more going on to it than just the nudity. But that's there too, unless you turn off the toggle.
So I'm conscious of the time. So yes, so we've got these are the kind of like core elements that we take when we're kind of constructing a companion character. All of that, then we have to stick the landing. So how do we go about wrapping up these stories alongside the core story that is also kind of coming to its conclusion? So when we're finishing these stories, we tend to find that companions, we work around the idea of a kind of final confrontation. But when we say this, we don't necessarily mean an actual combat. So these can be literal confrontations. It can be a conflict with an old enemy, for example. But even these, we try to twist so that they're not quite as straightforward as they seem. So, for example, Karlak, the sort of main sort of combat confrontation, I think you would say, with her would be against Gortash. You go there, you get her vengeance on the person who has ruined her, and then it's twisted. She doesn't get the satisfaction from it that she kind of expected. She goes quiet. And she goes off to reflect. And actually the real kind of confrontation moment comes after that, when you speak to her and she realizes that that didn't change anything for her. She's beaten the person who hurt her, yes, but that isn't going to solve the problem that she's dealing with, which is essentially terminal diagnosis. Similarly, Lae'zel, there's a version of her story where the final confrontation is against Orpheus. This is the person who is the biggest threat to her queen and to her people. But her defeating Orpheus is a kind of tragic victory, because the reason that she's gone ahead to do that is because she's not broken free of the indoctrination that she has grown up with. So there's ways of kind of looking at those victories as something more than simply the successful kind of combat over success. So others, we don't go down that kind of combat route. What we look for is more of an emotional, personal, like a decision that they're kind of coming to. Like, so the example would be like someone like Gale, for example. His journey is really one about making a decision about himself. How does he see himself, and what value does he see in who he has been and who he could go on to be? Does he value himself through power? Does he value self-sacrifice? Or does he find self-fulfillment? So that moment actually plays out as part of the game's broader finale, rather than like as a self-contained moment, but that's something that still feels like the conclusion of his story slotted in amongst the bigger kind of game finale. So again, as with everything else, we aim for these to be and feel asymmetric, so the player can go through these in whatever order kind of suits them, whatever play style, like that, however their sort of playthrough emerges. We pace them out as best we can, so that you don't feel like you're sort of being drawn into certain things when you're not ready to. But we also try and make them optional. So if you decide, I know I've seen things with Gale where people have said, you know what, I just didn't want to go and see Mistra. I didn't want to give her the time of day, which has consequence. Like it impacts the potential outcomes of the story. But it's an entirely valid choice to make. So as John was saying, we don't personally invest in the idea of like a canon ending for these. We want every possible kind of ending to feel like a fully fleshed out, the correct one for the playthrough that brought you to that point. And yeah, we want them to just feel very natural and very varied. And then we're trying to balance these alongside the rest of the game. So I don't know if people are on Twitter. This was a tweet that someone made in the depths of despair and the sort of final run of the game. So this was one file in the sequence. We call it Combat Over. So it's the big sequence after you've kind of beaten the big bad, and you get this kind of playing out of the consequences of that. This was, I think, probably a couple of months before we released. So yeah, it looked quite scary at the time, but then it became this and this and this. Oh God, I have to remember to stop clicking at the right time because there's quite a few. So that one file became all of those. And the collective sanity of the team trying to work all that stuff out was pretty tough. So we had one of our lead writers, Crystal, was doing the incredible task of trying to pull all that together, working with all of us as companion writers to make sure that we'd accommodated every possible fate, to tie in things like romance, to tie in the players' decisions about things. And yeah, just weeks and weeks of testing, so many technical issues because of just the volume of information that we were trying to pack into this sequence. The cinematics team did an incredible job trying to get all of that done, and just a lot of iteration and testing. Just as an example, there's this sequence, the Githyankia leaving sequence, which is one note, and that was about 4 weeks of work for somebody. So like the scale of it was just astronomical, just a lot of hard work. So what happened was, because the scale of that just sort of was so intense, we had to kind of scope back on some of the other things that we'd hoped to get in for the endings. So then we shipped it. We pushed the game out, took a breath for a couple of weeks, and then said, oh, okay, I guess we've got to get back to those bits that we had to scope out because of what happened with the original kind of work. So we got started on more endings. So we have the epilogues. So these we added in particularly with the idea of kind of bolstering the companion endings. So they're a space for catharsis, really. They were a sort of low pressure environment in which you could kind of just hang out, basically. You can just be with the characters who came through on your journey. You can see them 6 months later and how the choices that you made might have played off with them. Importantly, it's something that ends when you're ready. I think something that we kind of felt the fan feedback on was like the the end sequence, like it is a sequence, and it stops with the credits. Like that's the thing. Like if the game is taken out of your hands, and after potentially a 150 or 300 hour playthrough, that moment is actually quite precious. Of when do you choose to put the game down? So this was a space where we could let people choose to do that when they were ready. It's very reactive to the companions, what stories they played out, the player. All of the different fates, even costumes, like things like that. Like there were so many different teams who had to work to get every aspect of that in. Things like going to Avernus, that would be an entirely different costume set. Things like going to Waterdeep or Gale becoming a god. That was like that was a fun thing trying to like explain to people exactly like he should be cool, but not too cool because he's still Gale. So, getting the exact tone right of those things was really important because, all of these characters deserve to have that moment. And then, of course, we realised, there's a lot of other characters people care about, so we have to try and find a space for them. We couldn't bring everybody back. It would have been a year's worth of work to get that party going. But, we found space to do that as well.
So just a tiny example of the kind of things the epilogue let us do. Halson had referred to his whittling and how he liked to make ducks many hours previously, and then when we come back for the epilogue, he's able to gift you a duck. That's not something you could do in a climactic battle. It doesn't sound like a good tactic to stop attacking in Ilthid in order to hand over a little whittled duck. But like this kind of like was very low pressure. We were able to just have like a little hangout vibe and really communal vibe, so we could actually tie things up in a nice kind of calm down moment where you can kind of like breathe and just enjoy the characters and your relationship that you developed for another little bit.
Yeah.
So that was Epilogues Part 1, I suppose. And we shipped it. So we still weren't done because we still had more stuff that we had, but were scoped out at the original release. We had a plan for evil endings that was, at the time, August. I think it was limited to 4 endings we had. But then when we had a little bit of time, we decided to jump into the next section, where we eventually turned it into 14 endings, and then back down to 13 because one was odd and awkward. But these were a different aim. They were like very individualistic. It's really about you, the avatar, and your choice if you decided to like finally go for evil and what did you get as a result. Versus the kind of communal party feel, this is very like operatic and it's single and it's very visual as well. It's like a big job for the cinematics team, and it was actually kind of a nice little treat for them to end on because they had been working to really tight parameters about what they could or could not do within fidelity of all the scenes. This was one where they each got like one nice nasty little scene each to kind of like let rip and have like a really long timeline to do all the stuff that they wouldn't always be able to do, like all the destruction and the mayhem and the evil scowling faces and the manic laughter. So they each got assigned various things like taking over the world, like whatever it may be, and they were able to like just really go to town in it. And that was their kind of like last big hurrah. And that was also probably the last bit of dialogue writing we did for the game back earlier this year. The last few lines we wrote, and ever since then we've been...
We ended it on a high or a low, depending on your moral position on that scale. Some of the most depraved things that we had to write. I got to
get kids to like cannibalize people. It was great. Yeah, so we were done, but the story was not done as of yet because even though we are not actively working on it anymore, it still has its life continuing on.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the point where we handed the story off really. So these companions, they're people that I mean, like John being on it from the beginning of the game, being with Shadowheart for 6 years. Like I came to Gale quite late, but came to love him very, very much. But there's only so far that we can take these stories, and it's really nice now because having put the game out into the world, kind of let it go. What we get to see is how players are picking up the stories for us. So there's incredible fan art, there's fan fiction, there's online forum discussions, cosplay, mods. Like there's so many ways that people are sort of taking these characters and continuing their stories, which is it's really nice actually. It's just as a payoff to kind of putting in all of that work into these characters that people care enough to try and keep them alive, really keep their stories going. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. We've handed it off. Yeah, end of talk.
Thank you so much. traditionally Larian is terrible at understanding how big our work is going to be, but we actually came in 2.5 minutes under, so.
We should have done that from the beginning. That's what we should have done as a nod to the release. No. So I don't know how much time we've got for questions. We kind of...
We have time for a few quick questions. There's a mic going to come to the front here again. And yeah, if anyone who would like to ask a question could just form a queue behind it and we can maybe get through some quick questions, as long as it's not a long statement.
We'll be around anyway afterwards,
Yeah.
so feel free to approach.
Thank you for your... Oh, is this working? Yes. Thank you for your talk. I just wanted... you talked about being... about the narrative requirements and how you work with making the characters interesting. But as a game designer, I'd like to know a bit more like the function for each character. Like, do you put a lot of thought into? I imagine you do. Is this we need this mage character? What kind of how they're going to function in the game? What is important for the in terms of gameplay to explain through this character? If you could speak a bit about that.
To a point, it's kind of 50-50. We know we need like certain kind of classes and stuff just to like build a team. Like I know Sven would often say, we need a big person with a sword. That's a prerequisite. We do need a magic user. But then also, we're going to let you respec all your characters anyway. So there is a point where you could, like, if you don't want them to fulfill a certain gameplay function, you can change them. But it was about 50-50. We would have certain characters who we knew they would be in a ballpark of a certain kind of like gameplay style, but we were gonna like develop it out. Like I know Shadowheart for a while was flipping between Paladin and Cleric, and we went with Cleric in the end. But yeah, it kind of like depends on the iterative process. Sometimes it does change quite a bit. Sometimes I think they're quite fixed from the get-go. And we also want to have like room for individual pitches that may not necessarily be about like servicing a particular aspect of the game. They can be kind of like unique and odd if that's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, and very interesting. But so, given how big and vast the lore of the Forgotten Realms is, how did you go about finding or getting the information you needed when you needed something about the world?
Well, I mean, I certainly was very lucky because the scripter that I work with is like has an incredible knowledge of D&D. So working especially on someone like Gale, he's so tied into lore, and like wizardry in particular is just a field where there's so much connection with the history. So definitely kind of drawing on knowledge in the team. There's a lot of D&D enthusiasts in there. There's also, I mean, we had access. I mean, like Wizards gave us like excellent access to like the resources that they had, so we could use their websites and kind of draw things. I think it was possible to check things with them if there was anything that ever did need checking. But I think on the whole, they were kind of happy for us to kind of yes and with what had already come. So there was some flexibility there as well. So yeah, we were able to kind of look a lot of things up. We were able to add things and like flesh things out that maybe hadn't had so much attention on them. Like I think things like the Githyanki, I think they hadn't had a ton of development sort of more recently. I think there's like some older kind of books maybe. So there were things in there that actually we could explore more fully and with a kind of mindset of a video game world rather than like a tabletop one. So yeah, there were certain things that we could kind of dig into. There were certain things that we could potentially sort of tweak and change, and then just drawing on the enthusiasm within the team.
Thank you.
Hello. All right, so my question is, I've been a big fan of yours, by the way. Like I've played most of your games from your studio, and I'm wondering, from Divinity Original Sin 2 to this game, what are like the major three things, like three changes that you were happy with that you made? And also, is there like three more changes you would have done to the next project you're making?
Well, when we kind of finished Divinity and we were looking at BG3, we had this very naive notion that, oh, we've kind of made this game, it'll be easy, just add cinematics. And it wasn't. That was like a huge change for us, so it was a big hurdle. But it was something we're very proud of because it actually changed the way we tell stories a huge way. It grew our team massively, so like now we kind of like, God, I think about 10 times as big nearly as when I started. and it really kind of informed so much. In terms of things that I want to do more of, I can't make promises because I don't know what the future lies, but I'd like to kind of go deeper into different types of relationships. We invested hugely into romance, of course, but then we kind of want to see, okay, it's not all about romance. It could be like, deeper platonic relationships would be a really nice thing to explore. And, we're going to be not doing more BG3, of course, so we won't be using their rule set, but, depending on where we end up, we may have like more freedom for gameplay and stuff. Like, I know what I'd like, but I can't always get what I want, so it's almost dangerous to say what I want to happen in the future, because people will probably take it as gospel, even if it doesn't.
Yeah.
Do you have any hopes or wishes?
Many, but very similar. Platonic relationships was the one that jumped out to me. I think it's something that we did kind of try to find space for, but I think the enthusiasm for romance had kind of used up a lot of the time, basically, that we would have had to find the equivalent unique moments for that. So we kind of had to weave them in where we could. I don't know. I mean, I only joined midway through BG3, so for me, I'm just excited by the end-to-end process of whatever comes next, because I'm here now at the start.
Tone was another one from DOS 2 to BG3, because a lot of criticism say, okay, things are kind of cartoony in the Divinity world, but we had to kind of grow up a bit. So again, the cinematics and the kind of the fidelity, like looking into someone's eyes, like you have to kind of up your game. You can't, it's different when you're up high on the isometric camera. You're kind of inclined to be big and slightly cartoony, but like we had to kind of like grow into a new tone while not completely changing, not going grimdark, crazy. But I think that's like a process of like kind of authenticity that'll probably continue, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was just, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether or not it was difficult including characters like Withers and the Dark Urge late into the process.
It was difficult, a challenge, but like key to it is like we have writers who are assigned as stakeholders to these things. So sometimes you can see someone who's clearly cooking up something in the corner, like, what are they doing over there? But like, it's not your immediate problem. It's the only way we can divide up the work is kind of let them do things, and when they're ready to present, they come over to us and say, okay, here's this moment, and we're going to do this, and like, oh, cool. And you get to just help in with your side to it.
Yeah.
But Baudelaire, who did Dark Urge, like, they were like very enthusiastic about it, so they really like sank their teeth into it, and even if it was relatively late edition production, like they were so enthusiastic that it's almost a good thing they didn't have more time, or the game would probably be still in development.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, as well with that, I think there's an element of kind of like a trustful thing that starts happening once you start getting to the end of development. Like as an individual person working in a big team, you have your work, you have your deadlines, and there's people whose job it is to be looking at the overall picture and saying, well, this thing needs to be added in, this thing needs to change in a certain way. And again, it comes back to that kind of idea of collaboration. Like you can't sit in even a fairly big silo of like an office or something and think that you can see the whole picture of it. So there's a lot of kind of working back and forth, knowing when to sort of push back on something that might be changing quite late and say, we think that's going to have potentially like negative impacts, but also trusting that the people who put these things forward are seeing something that you're not because you're so focused on your particular discipline. So it's a back and forth.
Thank you.
I'm going to cut you off.
I promise to be quick. It seems to me that with many aspects of game development, when getting into it, there are lots of specific technical skills you would have to learn, whereas with the narrative side, that seems more nebulous. So I was wondering if you had any suggestions for people wanting to break into the industry, how to make a portfolio that is relevant to game development.
Wow.
When trying to get a job within the narrative side of things. Thanks.
I mean, I suspect that tomorrow's workshop will cover a lot of what you're hoping to hear. Very quickly, I mean, there are interactive tools that you can use for free, so you can start trying out things in terms of like branching dialogue, for example. Like having a sample of branching dialogue is good for a studio that produces branching narrative. So Twine, Inc. Artisy is one that is used in industry as well. So those are just like out-the-box things where you can start to test these things out. Yeah, I don't know, have you got anything you would say?
Like Larian, it's really like a team of specialists rather than generalists. So like when we apply for writers, we really focus on the writing. So it's really about Twine and stuff. Other teams will focus on their areas. We wouldn't really look for someone to be doing a bit of everything necessarily. But what happens is then once you start working is you have to start communicating with those teams, and you start like picking up their language and their work kind of like just through exposure. So you kind of like develop a kind of working relationship, and you understand when to kind of trust them to do the job and know enough about what they do so you can communicate with them.
Yeah.
But like we're not expected to have everything. So I'd say just like focus on your top area that you want to do a lot of the time, at least for Larian's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, writing is the amount of technical work involved in writing depends on the studio. Like we implement the game directly into the editor, so that sort of sits probably at the higher end of technical work, whereas other studios will actually have writers who are working on paper and script, and they just hand the script over to an implementation team who will then do the kind of work in editor. So the more technical knowledge you can kind of build just for your own comfort and confidence, I think is good, but the writing skills are always going to be the thing that you would get hired on.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Should we go? Right.
Well, thank you so much, John and Adrian, for a brilliant wrap-up of our first day. So, as I said, John and Adrian will be together with Molly and Eric from Remedy tomorrow for a writing workshop. So I'm sure any of you that wanted to ask any questions can ask some more tomorrow. So that's the end of the first day of Konsoll. We've got some wonderful speakers lined up for you tomorrow. There's the Halloween party tonight at 8 o'clock at Culture House, so we hope you'll join us there. We hope you've enjoyed the first day and are back with us tomorrow for an excellent final day of Konsoll. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.